All right, do we get our stream popping off? Pop, pop, pop. Hey, there's the YouTube stream. Make sure it's good to go. It is good to go. We're going to close that down. Okay, looks like everything else is looking all right. All right, all right, all right. So let's get into it. I was doing some tree cutting yesterday. I actually got my wood cutting up to 55. So the last couple of things we need magic up to 65, we need fire making up to 49, and we need one more quest. And we can go do the island diplomacy quest. So I'm pretty excited about that, but let's take a little peek here. What do we got? We got none of that stuff. Okay. One of the big things we want to look at is we want to look at some new bosses. I've done a lot. Done a lot of the 4 bosses that we've been playing. And so I want to switch that up, you know? I want to rock some other stuff. I want to go see about some other things. We have the Chaos Elemental out in the wilderness, which could be interesting. The Chaos Elemental has all of the corrupted dragon gear, which really is just about giving the free-to-plays, I think, some dragon gear to play with, or to use, or to equip, or whatever. I think that's what that's for. Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. Astelarn and the Blackstone Dragon are like the same. These folks are... Actually, I probably need to go ahead and think about fighting some of these. I can get the Armadillo crossbow from the Saradomin boss. That's interesting. Yeah, I need to consider going after these, though. Need to think about maybe going and just trying the Corporeal Beast. It's pretty close to where I should be able to do right now. I think my level 70 equipment set will probably be okay for this. Somebody did tell me that this boss is surprisingly strong yesterday. So it's possible I won't be able to kill it. We have the Crassian Leviathan. We have Croesus, who I can do. I have done a couple of times. And I do want to do this boss enough times to get this full gear set, because this is a pretty good tier 90 mage set. But we have a really long way to go before we get there. Even at level 70, right? So this is crazy. And I know you all know this already, but being in level 70 means I'm only a little more than an eighth of the way to level 90. Because there's, you know, every 7 levels it doubles or whatever, so 90 is 20 levels instead of 21 levels, so you divide 3 times. So, yeah. We are, and that means that this is even less. So This is only a 16th of the way to 90. So I have to get 16 times all of the XP I've got right here. So things are pretty crazy right now. Things are pretty fucking crazy. We're starting to get into that spot where things are starting to really stretch out on the grind department, which is great because the grind's got longer, right? All these bosses take so long to fill out. So it's totally fine. We want to fight, let's see, the Dragonoth Kings, we don't want to fight until we get magic up to 670. And then we're going to get our defender or our repriser for our bow. Because we want to be able to just wear our hybrid gear and just go after it. That'll be a lot of fun. So I want to do that. We're doing the Flesh Hatcher already. I'm kind of waiting on getting my repriser for this too. Because it'll help us just beat this dude's ass, and that'll be a lot of fun. This boss, for saying it only requires level 70 combat level, is actually fairly difficult. But still a good boss. A really good boss. I probably need to figure out this boss or learn this boss. There are some good things in here. General Grardor. So this is where we can get all of our War Priest hybrid stuff as well as our melee power armor. We've already got the giant mole. We still haven't gotten our stupid two-handed sword. Gregorovic. Our Akin. Ooh, here's a boss that we might be able to beat. Must have previously sacrificed a fire cape. Must complete the quest, the Elder Kiln. Okay, well, I can't fight this boss yet. Pretty dope looking, though. Elweir, no. Ermod. We might be able to fight this boss, too. Let's see. Must complete the quest, the Spirit of War. City of Lodestone. Oh, it's a Necro boss. Dope. We've got the Calphite Queen. Actually, I think I want to go try and fight the Calphite Queen. I don't really have anything to get from the Calphite Queen that I need. Maybe this dragon chain body, but honestly, I'm already beyond. And I prefer tank gear to power gear. But we might still try and get that. I'd like to have a full dragon set just for fun. So yeah, maybe we'll go try the Calphite Queen. That seems like a good one. We need to do Kriara. Let's see, we've got level 70 range. We've defeated Dad Troll. We've got all that stuff, and we've done this. So we can get into the God Wars dungeon. And we could go fight Kriara, which is where we get the Armadil tier 70 gear. And I want all of this, like, a lot. I don't care about the God Sword so much. Ooh. An Armadil buckler. So we might try and get Kriara as well, because that's my Reaper task right now anyway. I gotta figure out how to get down there. But we'll look into Kriara. We'll look into the Calphite Queen. Ooh. Is this the... Okay. This is the Zamorak one. Zamorakian Spear. Ooh, they have a melee spear. Tier 75. With a shove attack. That's interesting. Get the whole War Priest set here, which of course we would want, because I like the War Priest sets. But also a magic power armor feels pretty good. A melee spear feels good. A big old battle staff. Oh, that's a tier 30 battle staff. Never mind. A magic shield. Okay. Legioness. No. The Magister. No, definitely not. So it looks to me like a big part of what we're going to be doing is trying to get down to the God Wars and figure out how to go fight those bosses. I think that's kind of our next play. We've got the Calphite Queen, we've got the God Wars bosses. And the big deal is I need to learn how to get down there and get to those. Ooh, Jad. I kind of need, I need this fire cape. That's a super good melee cape. For where I'm at anyway. In the fight caves, got to get through 60. Ooh, this is like a big, long process, right? You got to get through like 60 waves in the fight pits for the fight caves. You know what? I think I really kind of want to go fight this dude. So we've got the Calphite Queen. We've got all of the God Wars bosses. And we've got Jad. So let's go do some of this. Let's go get after it. Let's get ourselves some food. What are some other things that we might need? Let's just take a shitload of food for now. We've got our AoE ability, we've got our freedom, we've got protection from magic. Yes, and I think I'm gonna go give it a try. I might wait. I might go try the Calphite Queen first. Wait for some more people to show up, and then go do some Jad. Although it does take a really long time, I guess, to get to Jad. Yeah, because you got to fight like 60 waves of enemies or some crazy shit. So I don't know. How long would it take me to get to him if I went over there like right now? Alright, melee swipe, range smash, magic death. Yeah, 63 waves. I believe with your stats, I would say an hour and some change, but I don't know. Honestly, I haven't done fight caves in a while. Okay. Tizok Jad has only one focus, killing his target. Expect to die if you do not protect against this massive melee attack. Jad will only use melee swipe when the target gets within melee distance. Jad has only one focus, killing his target. Expect to die if you do not protect against this massive ranged attack. Expect to die if you do not protect against his massive magic attack. When Jad passes 50% life point, he calls multiple Hortcots towards him, all with the aim of healing him. If kept unchecked, they will continually heal him for the duration of the encounter. Okay. Yo, this is going to be a hard-ass fight. So I need all of my defenses. Right, I need magic, ranged, melee, probably. And then I'll get my eat right here. And then I'll get my weapon special attack right here. Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like I really need... I don't see anything about poisons or anything like that. So yeah, let's go do the fight caves. Let's go get started with this. See if I can't get to Jad. El Chad Smith. Is this person following me? Is this motherfucker waving at me? Nope. It always seems like there's somebody following me. That happens a lot. Hey, yo, what's up, Wyatt? Let's see. Let's take this off. Whoops. Let's take this off. And let's take this off. And let's put some new prayers on. Oh, I need to max out. Hang on. I don't even have any prayer points. I'm going to go fight this dude. We'll put melee E. We'll put range W. And then I actually have to teleport back because I got to go fill up my prayers. How you doing today, Wyatt? What are you getting up to? Okay, back to Karamja. All right. Maxwell has achieved virtual level 120 hunter. Nice. Congratulations. Uncle Sam has received a Gloomfire bow. What's a Gloomfire bow? That sounds dope. Oh, nice. Fun, fun. I'm about to go get the shit kicked out of me. Okay. This is the fight pit. I need the fight cave, which is over here, or the kiln, which is right there. So let's go to the fight cave. Is the kiln like... So if I beat the fight cave stuff, can I just go to the kiln later? Is that how that works? So I can just fight the boss as many times as I want. I don't have to, like, beat the 63 waves every time, do I? Because that would be insane. Yeah, you give your cape to get in. Oh, okay. Then it's perma unlocked. Got it. Well, let's talk to... Nope, that's just the banker. Let's go into the fight cave then. Let's see what the hell happens. You're on your own now, Jalit. Prepare to fight for your life. Oh, okay. So they just put me in there. No fucking... No mercy. Okay. On these early ones, I kind of want... Yeah, I want my adrenaline to start going down and healing me. Because I don't want to waste, on these early ones, my rejuvenate. Now, if I leave and come back, do I end up on the same wave, or do I have to beat the whole thing in one go? Just in case something bad happens. Yeah, we on wave 3 already. Who's a bad motherfucker? I'm a bad motherfucker. Yo, this is fun. I love every hit they do to you drains prayer. And if you leave, you have to restart. Oh, they're draining my prayer? Those little shits. So what you're saying is I should have brought some prayer pots. Because I'll probably need them later on. I also need to take that off, and we need to put this ability on, because I don't have a special ability anymore, but I have a sinking feeling that I am going to need my AoE later on in this fight. We also want to use it right now, because I need to use up some of my adrenaline so I don't accidentally throw off my rejuvenate right now. When did I get my first sub? You mean on Twitch? Like a year and some change ago? Do you mean the first person who paid to join the channel, or the first person who just joined, like sub on YouTube, follow on Twitch? Because I honestly, I don't know. I started streaming July of 2024. Like middle of July 2024. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't remember. I would have to look it up. It's not really something I can look up right now. It was probably The first person I ever really talked to was the knight something. I forget his whole name, but he helped me build some of the stuff that was built on my my once human like personal world. He built some of the whoops, been hitting the wrong button. He built some of the combat maps on there. It was Knight something. There's still a plaque on my once human world with his name on it, I'm pretty sure. Next to the map that he made. Him, and then there was somebody named the Nerd Gamer, who, like, way back when I only ever had one average viewer. Hey, what's up, Drippy Bun? Like, way back when I only ever had one average viewer, there was a dude called the Nerd Gamer that, for like a month, he was the only person who watched my channel when I first started. And he'd come in and we'd talk for hours, pretty much every day. And then when more people started to show up and stuff, he kind of phased himself out, and I haven't seen him in almost a year. Yeah, go get you some sleep, dude. Is this dude hitting me from way over there? What a dick. Oh, they're starting to be stronger now, too. This dude's level 90. Roro. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen the Nerd Gamer. Or Knight. Okay, well, he was pretty easy to kill, so that's fine. Oh, now we got another one. They're gonna make it hard for me to use my adrenaline to heal in between, because they got a lot of people coming, which I guess is fine. All right, we're about a sixth of the way there. Oh, somebody just spawned in the middle. What's that? Yeah, get destroyed, dude. Boom, shakalaka. Holy shit, I just beat the crap out of that dude. Okay, we're doing okay. I like this. I accidentally used up 3 foods, just hitting the wrong buttons and shit, but that's okay. It is Dingleberry Kermit, that's absolutely right. That is absolutely right. Drippy Bun's got some ridiculous ass nicknames. Because Drippy Bun's a ridiculous ass person. And nuclear, that's right. I haven't seen that fool in a long time either. Sad day. I see Party Wizard every now and then. I think Drat has been super busy with work. How long have I been playing RuneScape? I've only been playing RuneScape for like 45 days. About a month and a half now. I've never played it before. Just started brand new. And having just the time of my life, let me tell you. The most loneliest day of my life. Jealous, wish I could relearn the game from nothing. I mean, I'm kind of jealous of people who are like rocking their 20-year capes and stuff. Because I've been playing MMOs for as long as this game's been out. I just never played, RuneScape before. And so I'm kind of jealous that I didn't get to be there for, like, all the stuff, you know? But that's okay. What will be the next game after this? I have no idea, Wyatt. I currently have no intention of changing off of this game. I am enjoying this game way too much. There is a game that I'm really looking forward to that probably won't release for years, which is Light No Fire. So when Light No Fire comes out, at the very least, I will give that a try. And then there are a few other things that I may at least put in a little time on just to see. But this game has now been like a lot of other games for me, where I feel a distinct need to be looking for that next game. Yes, I do like this very much more than Once Human. Absolutely. This is easily one of the best games I've ever played. I would put this probably in my top 5. What's 1, 2, and 3? In no particular order, because I don't know if I could put them in order. Super Smash Bros. Melee, Guild Wars 1, and probably Dark Age of Camelot. Not just any Super Smash Brothers though, specifically Super Smash Bros. Melee for the GameCube. Because all the Super Smash Bros. Games that have come out since Melee are trash. The most loneliest day of my life. Are there any more wave-based things like this? Where you like sit and fight waves for a really long time? Oh shit. Wave 15 is like a little boss dude. Damn. Oh, the fight killed this one as well? Okay. I really like waves. Waves are fun. I beat that dude's ass. Oh shit, there's another one. Oh, so these are just gonna start coming in now. Yo, I might not be able to beat this. This is kind of crazy to me. Although, this big boss thing doesn't really seem to be doing a ton of damage. It's just kind of there. Just kind of there soaking up hits. I'll probably have to pay attention. It'll probably spawn in when there are other higher DPS enemies. So I'll probably have to pay attention and not kill this thing until other things are dead. Because he doesn't seem to be all that dangerous. Especially, I mean, I've got Resonance, I've got Sacrifice and stuff like that, so I should be good. As far as healing and stuff, I should stay pretty full. Boom. 1,500 HP. So we're sitting nice at full HP on wave 17. I've eaten a bunch of foods, but I didn't need to. I just keep hitting the wrong fucking button because I'm dumb. But we've still got, what, 12, 20 foods? Yeah, we got 20 foods. Yeah, what's up, William? We're in the fight caves. Trying to get to, Jad. Oh, I'm sure it'll go terribly wrong. But sometimes you just gotta nut up, you know what I mean? Time to nut up or shut up. Besides, I have my Corrupted Defender, and I'm wearing my Necronium gear, which I actually didn't put all my Necronium gear to +4. My helmet and my weapons still aren't +4, so that was probably a bad idea. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm a bad motherfucker.
Wyatt Harriet 123 says Homito Yaboom Boom Bar. He eats the tortillas with everything. He's as cool as Bing 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 Bing. He's really chilling. He gets all the girls and he's cool.
Thank you very much for that, Wyatt. I love how it calls you Wyatt Harriet instead of Wyatt the Riot. That always makes me laugh. You have enough prayer to make it through the mages. No, I didn't bring any prayer pots. I've never done this before, Duo. So I didn't know that I might need prayer pots. I didn't realize that they drained my prayer. So who knows what's gonna happen? Not me. I don't know what's gonna happen. I've started taking a pretty significant amount of damage right here. I'm starting to feel like maybe my 20 foods is not enough. Should I do Iron Man standard or group for RuneScape? It depends. If you have a group to Iron Man with, then group Iron Man is great. If you don't have a group to Iron Man with, though, just Iron Man standard. Also, hardcore is a great path to go, Wyatt, because if you die, you don't lose your character. You just lose your hardcore status. So if you're gonna play Iron Man, I would go ahead and give it a shot with the hardcore. And then if you don't die, then I do have a group, but there can only be 5 people in the group. And we had a full 5-person group. I don't know if everybody's going to continue to play with us, but if everybody does decide to continue doing that once the challenge league starts, then I won't have any room to bring you in. So you can always convert a regular Iron Man, a solo Iron Man, into a group Iron Man later. But you cannot convert a group Iron Man into a solo Iron Man. So... oh no, we had to eat. I think you've done wonderful with no prayer. I mean, I've got that defender. We're crushing it with the defender. Defender blocks so much damage. We're gonna have to eat another food. I need to get... okay, so I gotta stop using my adrenaline this ability, because if I use this on cooldown, then I never get enough for these. Side note, how long is the grind to 70 crafting? So grindy. Hey, we're up to 66 now, okay? I've been doing some in Santa's Village. I got to a point where I could start doing bosses, and now I'm like obsessed with killing the bosses. I don't know what to tell you. It's so much fun. Let's fight these little guys first. Let's actually get over here where we can get all of them. It's going to cause me to take more damage, but I can do... oh no, they're both going to stand there and not be able to attack me. Well, that's cool. I can dig that. Yeah, make sure you do hardcore, Wyatt. So that way, if you never die, then you'll just look like a badass. Because you'll have that prestige tag that says you're hardcore. And you get a special armor cosmetic if you play hardcore. That you can put on that says, like, I'm a hardcore Iron Man. And then everybody can know, oh, he's healing himself. That's cool. That's really cool. What a dick. Hardcore tip of the day, don't hug Hydrix dragons. My name is Name Cool Guy. Add Name Cool Guy. This one will die faster, so let's kill him first, because that'll keep us from taking too much damage, hopefully. Oh, right, then they pop out little dudes. That hurts. Alright, we'll kill this one. And then we'll AoE the whole lot of them. Alright, wave 21 down. This game is going to be real hard to play without a mouse. That's for sure. I wish your mouse worked too. We're a third of the way there. We've only had to eat 2 foods. This is totally fine. I feel totally fine. I bet playing with a controller on this game is probably pretty hard, though. Especially when you start bossing, moving around is going to be pretty difficult. Trying to avoid attacks. Let's go kill the range dude first. We've got... So, I want everything to be attacking me when I use this skill right here. I want them both to be attacking me. But I don't think they're going to. Nope. Damn, I should have attacked this dude instead. Ooh, shit. Alright, use my Healy dude. Okay, my heal didn't really do shit. That sucks. We're about to just burn through a shitload of food right now. Alright, we'll see you later, Wyatt. Yeah, I am definitely not making it through this. How much more difficult do the enemies become? Do they tier up at any point again? Or am I kind of on like the final tier of enemies? I'm just gonna have to go through them for 40 more waves. There's the mages. Okay, so there's one more tier with the mages. I assume they're big, like this big ranger dude, this big melee dude. So they're probably going to be like, what, 200 and something? Maybe 250 level? Yeah, they're the biggest besides Jad in here. Okay. So, I'm probably gonna lose. I think that's fairly certain. I think I'm gonna make it past level 32 though, so fuck you, William. We need to let ourselves get up to 100% here, because I need to use my rejuve. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'll be bringing... I've got a lot of prayer potions. So, I even have... Do I have prayer potions that also give health? I don't think I do, actually. I don't know. We'll have to check. But we do have plenty of prayer potions, so... I understand now why, though, just everybody plays Necro. And it's just because Necro doesn't have dependencies. You know, it's neutral to everything. And I kind of hate that they did that. I think that was a terrible idea. Because it would just be so much better to have better hybrid stuff and to be swapping weapons in a hybrid gear set. If for some reason I can't make it through here just with melee, I do have my Tuska's hybrid gear set, which if I get to 75 defense, I'm not off the shield, I'm on the defender. We're still using the shield skills. I have my bone shield active, but it's not actually doing anything right now. I would not be off the shield if there wasn't a weapon that allowed me to use both. I still think the shield is the best, especially as an Iron Man, because it saves me a lot of resources. Because it prevents a lot of damage and stuff. So even though my kills are longer, because I'm saving a lot of resources, I'm saving a lot of time regenerating or recuperating my resources, like fishing and cooking and stuff like that. So I actually think that my overall boss kill times are faster with a shield, because even if I were to use, you know, I'd save myself like maybe 2 minutes if I were to use a two-hander or dual wield or something like that. I would, you know, I'd maybe save myself a minute on a 3-minute kill, but I'd eat, you know, 5 or 6 extra foods, and then getting those 5 or 6 extra foods back takes more than a minute. So I'm not saving myself time in the big picture that way. So that's not doing me any good. So I definitely think shield is better, without a doubt. Yo, these rooms start getting rough. Let's actually attack this dude, because I don't want to kill this guy. I want to hit this skill right here while these dudes are attacking me, while I've got so many dudes beating on me. Because if I can hit this skill and gain a bunch of life back here, that'd be great. There you go. Just keep going, buddy. Keep getting that. We're going to go through all of my abilities again one more time. We're going to hit this one, and then hopefully we'll be able to get enough. There we go. Okay. Come on. No, we're going to use destruction again. Come on. There we go. Perfect. Now we use transfigure, and we sit here for a minute. Come on, use transfigure. There we go. Now we'll gain back a ton of HP from all these guys beating on me right now. Okay, only 2,000. That was totally not worth it. Totally not worth. This is cool, though. I'm really enjoying fighting waves of enemies. I thought I was going to make it past 32. But I don't think I'm even going to make it to 32. I might not even make it to 30. This sucks. This sucks a big ol' butt. Gotta kill that range dude. So there are a ton of melee enemies in here. I would definitely do well to be able to be using my melee prayer right now. We've got lots of AoE needs, so it's nice to have this. But it also might be nice, honestly, to bring in my two-hander and to use my two-hander dragon sword. Its special ability might have some value in here. Just to burn down some of the smaller enemies. I don't know. I mean, I do have... This is a pretty good AoE. And it goes off fairly often. So maybe having the two-hander wouldn't be that great because I'd switch to it and then I'd take a lot of damage in that little bit of time. So that might not be great. About to get our rejuvenate off here, which is going to take us most of the way back up to full health, which is nice. Gain back 40% of our HP there, which always feels good. These Healy dudes can kiss my ass. I mean, thankfully they don't do a ton of damage, but they just really extend out these fights and it's obnoxious. Of course, I guess honestly that kind of gives me a little time. Have we seriously been doing this for 36 minutes? Holy shit. So you were actually right, Sinfor. To actually get all the way through all 60 waves, it's going to take me an hour and a half or more. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. An hour of prayers is going to take a lot of prayer pots. I also kind of want to consider bringing defense strength and attack pots. Just to, you know, increase my damage output. And I need to take this off. I don't think Transfigure is really doing me any good right now. Maybe if I put it as my A ability here. Let's do that, actually. We'll put this down here as my A ability, and then I'll only use Transfigure when I intentionally cast it for a big heal when I've got like lots of things attacking me. And that'll help maintain a higher level of adrenaline for more of the fight, which gives me just more options as far as AoEs and all kinds of stuff like that, which makes me feel good. Wave 30. Oh, we got two of them big boy healers. That's all we have, though, so that's kind of nice. Can I hit both of them here? Yeah, it looks like we get both. Of course, they heal. So there's not really a lot of point in hitting the second one unless I can kill it. They seem to be putting out some pretty big hurt, though. That sucks. My damage output against these guys is really low. Which is why it would probably be better if I could swap, right? If I was in a hybrid gear. They only heal when they hit you, but I don't remember if it's when they hit anything or only zeros. Oh, so my blocking might be causing them to heal more? Because that would be fucking hilarious. Alright, well, I think wave 30 is going to be it for me. Ouchies. Ouchies, ouchies, ouchies. Do we take some sharks in there? Let's go... Is there a teleport in here? There's not a teleport in here, is there? There's a magic shop. And a sword shop. And a gem shop. Oh, there's a fairy ring. That's nice. I was wrong. They heal off hits after they have gotten below 50% HP. Okay. So let's take out 10 of these. And then let's use bop. Use bop. Use bop. Use bop. Use bop. Okay. Let's see. These are going to last for 10 minutes. They've got 4 each, so I need like 3 of those. Whoops. Because that's 2 hours worth of pots. Now, what else do I have here? Do I have super defense? Let's see, what do I have in the super department? I have super attacks all day. Oh, these are super defense. What I was thinking of is super strength. Okay, I don't have super strength, but I do have... this, which that'll fill those up. Then we need to get prayer potions. So let's get 5, 6 of these. Oh, whoops, sorry, I was talking to myself there while I was trying to talk this through. So do I maybe get... I don't know if I should take 3 of these super defense, 3 of these super attacks, and then 4 prayers? Or should I take 2 super defense, 2 super attacks, and then 6 full prayers? Is kind of where my brain is at. But I think... I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to take out 1 of each of those. We'll go ahead and fill these up. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Sinfor. I think you're right. And then we just fill everything else up with food. And we're actually going to go ham with it. We're going to bring sharks. Even though I'm not to 80 constitution, so I don't get the full benefit, that's still an extra 400 HP per food there, which is definitely worth it to me. Okay, so our prayer is full. We're all good to go here. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I need to be summoning. I need to be summoning so hard. Yeah. Let's see. I've got a few iron minotaurs. So here's the problem is they only last for 30 minutes. So I would need to... I would need to get rid of like 3 foods, 4 foods. So I'd need to bring like 3 minotaurs and all of my scrolls. So I'd have to get rid of 4 more spots, which would give me 12, 13, 14 foods. Or I could bring a vampire bat for some pretty decent heals and sustain. The problem is the vampire bat is likely going to get attacked in this particular situation. But if I bring like an iron minotaur in, what other summons do I have available? I think I have the next tier, maybe. No. Stunning and dealing ranged damage. So that might kind of be okay. Magpies, bloated leeches. Cures poison. We don't take poison. Yeah, so I think the Iron Minotaur is my highest damaging dude right now. So let's do that. Let's take out 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. Let's bring 1, 2, 3 Minotaurs and my 400 scrolls. All right. We'll go through the first. No Kamedzil in the cave. This is a fight for you, not your friends. Oh, okay. I can't even bring. Cool. Can't even bring summons. Well, that actually makes me feel a lot better. Because I don't think the Iron Minotaur was the right choice. It's just the choice I sort of had available to me right now. So I'm okay with not really being able to use that right this moment. Okay, so for the most part, we're going to need our melee prayer up. Prayers aren't really going to do me a lot of good right now. But look at that. I mean, that dude drained 40 prayer off of me. That sucks. Should I maybe just use prayer no matter what? Because if I'm going to be draining it anyway, I don't even know... Like, what's the point in not using it? Wait for that to fill up there. We're going to take these first waves kind of slow. Just, we want to stay healthy, right? We don't want to be losing. We don't want to be losing too much or any health in these first, 10 waves. We don't really start losing HP until we get the big healer guys. So we'll use our prayers until we're out. And then we probably won't drink any prayer juice until the big healer guys start coming. Maybe until about phase 20, 25. Because that's where we started seeing some difficulty. I think one of the big deals, and I don't know if there's a way to mitigate this, but the ranged enemies spawning did cause me some problems because I would gain a lot of value out of being able to trigger my regenerate, actually. Is it possible to just go ahead and trigger this manually? I have to be out of combat, which is the thing that kind of causes the problem there. But when those ranged people start coming, I start getting hit too early. And so my regenerate doesn't have the ability to go off. Okay. Yeah, so it goes off as early as it possibly can already all by itself. So it's not going to do me any good to try to use that. That's too bad. So it may also have to do then with where I'm standing. Right, if I stand back in this area instead of standing straight up in the middle, a lot of those ranged enemies are probably not going to be able to come get me. It's going to drastically extend the time it takes for this fight to get done. But I actually think it might be worth it just to go ahead and say, okay, we're gonna stand over here at the beginning. And then everything is going to come to me. But because of that, I'm going to get to burn my adrenaline for massive amounts of HP in between every fight. And that should be very beneficial. In fact, it looks like things even get stuck. So we'll only really have to worry about things from the far side. Yo, what's up, Master of Light? How's the thieving grind? Okay. So we can We can really stretch this fight out if we want to. These enemies are incredibly stupid. Yeah, no, so a lot of what I was doing last time was just kind of the worst way to go about this fight. Which is fine. It's important to do things the stupid way. Pressed the wrong button. It's important to go about things the stupid way from time to time. So that you can kind of gauge, where you're at. Because if you can do it the stupid way and win, there's quite a bit of value in that. But yeah, I can come over here. It looks like this range dude. Yeah, these dudes are all stupid. So, as long as I hide behind that corner over there, in between every single wave, I can dump my adrenaline for health. Which is massive. Massive, massive. We might get through this much, much safer than I overall expected. It'll really depend, I think, on how difficult... yeah, we're going to bring this dude over here. We'll hug this wall. We're now on wave 8. Yeah, it'll really depend on how difficult those range dudes are. Waiting on your stupid tree to grow. And the green grass grew all around and around, and the green grass grew all around. Alright, yeah. No, we funnel them better this way. Honestly, y'all have been mentioning halberds and stuff quite a bit lately. I bet you a halberd fucking rocks face in this. Bet you it's the last achievement I need to get all the quivers. Ooh. Quivers are nice. Alright, we're on wave 10. We haven't even triggered Rejuvenate yet. Oh, that's the first time we haven't gone all the way back up to full health. We definitely do need to make sure that we are always attacking the ranged enemies. Because I'm melee, the ranged enemies... No, the magic enemies are the ones that will do the most damage. Oh, those are going to be rough for me then. That's too bad. No, the ranged enemies are the ones I'm best against. That's right. Only 53 waves to go. Yeah, man, we're good. We got to wave 30 last time before we died. And I was just standing in the middle. Just fighting with no thought. You know, I didn't bring prayer potions. I didn't bring attack or defense potions. I only had 20 desert souls. So, ultimately, I think we're probably going to do way, way better this time. I think we might even be able to win. If I keep making sure that I come over here and I use up my adrenaline, you know, get my heal on in between every round. Don't let any of those range dudes interrupt my healing. I think we'll be okay. There's a trick. You can log out and log back in. Does logging out fill you up? I don't think we want to do that. We ain't gonna cheat. We're gonna do it straight up. Shit. Stupid ranged asshole got me. Before it was super easy. I don't know what you're calling super easy. This is hard as hell. Hide in my corner. Oh yeah, we can get these melees separated from this ranged dude. So this is another thing that we could even do, is we could use our adrenaline to heal multiple times in a phase if we need to. This is definitely going to be a requirement when we fight the mages. We're going to need to try and separate them from the other enemies, probably. That'll be pretty important. I wish that I did just a little more with this AoE, or that I had like another AoE ability. But just gotta make do with what we got. Get a couple of AoEs down, pretty much finish off a whole group of those dudes. And then I think I want to take my adrenaline over to this guy, because then I'll get to use my destroy, and that'll kill him really fast. That feels really good. We are not going to fill up on health here. We will get some back. We're going to try this time. Ooh, there's 2 range dudes. Okay. Hopefully we can get enough adrenaline maybe to use our rejuvenate. Because that is sort of where we're at. We need to throw rejuvenate down and get back up to full HP. So it seems like the biggest threat that I've got going on right now is those melees that split. Those guys are pretty rough. We're going to go ahead and heal up as much as we can here. We'll go fight this dude. It's just this guy. So we should be pretty good. We'll get our destroy off a couple of times on him. He'll go down nice and easy. Hopefully I end up with enough adrenaline that I can heal back up before the next little fight. Yeah, that destroy goes really good against that guy. And then we should get it one more time, because destroy goes off quite a bit, right? Every 20 seconds. That's pretty solid. Perfect. Oh, look at all that HP. We got so much adrenaline, we're going to be able to fill that like all the way back up almost. Yeah, that feels good. Very nice. Let's definitely keep these guys separated. It's just one bat, but why not just murder the bat on its own? If I'm able to, which I am. And now we've got plenty of adrenaline to do this fight here. So we'll actually be ending this fight with a ton of adrenaline again too. So we'll probably be able to get all the way back up to full health, which I would really like. My build is really good at fighting single targets. Because I have things like my debilitate and stuff like that that are really good for reducing the damage that I take from the enemy I'm actively attacking. I had to use my AoE there. Oop. We want to stay away from that guy. We just want to heal up a little bit. But yeah, I'm good at taking away the ability to do damage from like an enemy at a time. And so as long as I'm only fighting like one guy at a time, I'm generally much better off. Let's go ahead and try and kill this bat real quick, just so I'm not taking the extra damage. Nice. And I think it's probably time to start drinking some of these down. Let's boost some of our abilities here. Up the defense, up the attack, put a little more damage out, put a little more defense up. That'll make me feel pretty good. We're going to go ahead. I know I've got another bat over here. But we're actually going to go ahead and let this adrenaline heal us up. Nice. Feels good. We got some big dudes coming. And I kind of keep those dudes separate. Hopefully this guy runs into the wall and this guy comes to me. He seems to be sliding out though. This might not work quite the way I want it to. Maybe it will though. Nice. Nice, nice. So if I was using ranged attacks, I could honestly probably cheese the shit out of some of these guys. With like some safe spotting and stuff. Which would probably just make this wildly easy. And it definitely looks like that 9 or 10 increase to attack or whatever is actually doing quite a bit. I feel like I'm killing things much, much better right now. Things seem to be dying much more quickly. Boom. Alright, get back here, get filled up. We're gonna go all the way full here, which is gonna be phenomenal. So we're about to hit wave 20. I've yet to have to eat a food or even use my rejuvenation ability to stay maximum health at wave 19, which feels strong. We're going to have a little bit of a problem here. We're going to kill this guy. If this guy moves forward and then his two little duders pop, then we're going to be taking 3 enemies at a time. Okay, he's staying back behind there. Yeah, being in a corner is really, really good in this fight, because, you know, enemies get stuck on each other, enemies get stuck on walls, all kinds of stuff, and you can really, really mitigate how many enemies you need to be fighting at any given time, which feels fantastic. And is super important. And like I said, if I was using ranged weaponry or something, we'd be doing even better right now because of some of the safe spotting and stuff we could do, which would be real nice. Or if I was using magic, you know, if I had my magic gear out and I was using, you know, chain and my big burn and stuff like that, I could hide in this corner and mitigate how many people could attack me at a time. But then simultaneously, oh, there's an enemy back here, okay. But then simultaneously, I could be hitting all of them because of the way those chain abilities would work. So that would be like massive, or like barrage from the ranged. There's a lot of stuff that would work way better than just straight up melee tanking in here. But the melee happens to be my highest tier, so that's what we're going to use. We want to preserve that adrenaline because I'm already full health. Yeah, no, this is feeling real good. I think we're going to make it here. I think we're going a little slower than we did last time. Obviously, we're going slower than we did last time. But that's fine, because slow and steady but preserving your resources is definitely the better way to get through it. Alright, we're going to let these little duders come in. We don't want to fight. One of the things that was hurting me a lot last time, I think, was fighting the big guys with the little splitty guys. These little splitty guys are a big part of my issue. They just cause too many things to be hitting me at once. And it's just so much chip damage you know, my defensive abilities and my heals and stuff can't quite keep up with it. Taking things one at a time. So this is something that we learned as gamers all the way back during, whoops, I fucked that up. During the time of like turn-based RPGs, was it was always better in those turn-based RPGs to focus on a single enemy, because then the other enemy gets fewer turns, right? It's all about action economy. And so the same thing is true here. If you can hold a fight, right, every time you only fight one enemy instead of two, because you're multiplying by huge amounts the amount of damage you take. So if I fight one enemy, then I take the amount of damage that a single enemy can do to me before I kill it. But if I fight two enemies at a time, then by the time I finish that fight and kill them both, then I've taken 3 times the amount of damage. Because while I kill the first enemy, I take double damage, and while I kill the second enemy, I take 1 damage. So I get 3x the damage by adding 1 enemy concurrently to the fight. Now, obviously, with AoEs and stuff like that, that reduces, but it's a multiplier of damage. And then if you have a third enemy attacking you, right, you take 3 times, 2 times, 1 times, so you're taking 6 times the damage. So anything that you can do in any sort of an AoE situation, if you can't kill everything in the same amount of time, then only fighting one enemy at a time is always going to result in drastically less damage taken. Oh, I just used my rejuvenate. I didn't mean to do that. That's okay. We're going slow enough, honestly, that I'll probably just let rejuvenate start going off instead of trying to hold it off. Because we have so much time between fights here. Because I come back here to heal or whatever. That's acceptable. Alright, yeah, we'll get this range duder over there by himself. And that's the reason that ranged enemies, if you ever play like Dungeons and Dragons or anything like that, or, you know, an MMO game or anything, if you have a DM in like a Dungeons and Dragons campaign that doesn't ever use ranged enemies, you probably have a significantly easier time because it multiplies the number of spaces an enemy can hit you from, right? If you're only doing melee combat, then it's pretty easy, like I'm doing here where I back into this corner, to mitigate how many enemies could even attack you at a single time. But if you're using ranged enemies, then that kind of goes out the window, because those enemies can hit you from range. And because there's no cover mechanic in a lot of MMORPGs, you know, they use line of sight, but there's, you know, the enemies that are on the team don't count as cover or whatever. So they can, hit you from like 100 different locations to fight you. Okay, I don't want to go out there. I don't want to go out there. Hang on. Bring this nerd over here to me. Because I don't want to fight the big melee dude. Okay, I might not have a choice. We might just be SOL right now. And I just took a bunch of damage, and that kind of hurts. That kind of hurts a lot, actually. So none of my defensive skills were up there because I didn't have my threshold up and I wasn't allowing myself to get into combat. So all of my defensive skills were down, and that ranged enemy was just plinking me hard. That felt so bad. we definitely ended up in a bit of a bad spot here. If we can hold ourselves to this amount of HP for a little while, eventually our rejuvenate will come back in another wave or two, and then, well, probably by next wave. But if we can get our rejuvenate back, then we can get ourselves back up to full. I don't want to start eating my foods yet. Right, we're not even halfway through, and we only have 18 foods. So, I mean, we only get to eat in 60-something phases, or in 60-something waves. We only get to eat like one food every 3 waves. Even less than that. So... And we're not even in the hardest version of the waves yet. So the longer I can put off eating up my foods, the better we're gonna be. I'm really nervous about the mage enemies, if I'm being perfectly honest. But that's what we've got prayer potions for. We are definitely going to be prayering the mages. We're going to be trying to keep the mages separated from us. As far as... like, we don't want to fight the mages while we're fighting other things. So we're going to try and keep them nice and separated. We're going to get a ton of HP back here. This is going to be nice. So we're at 100% prayer, so we get 2,000 something HP. Let's get... don't let that range guy hit me. Let me get my health back. Come on. Motherfuck. Oh, this is going to suck. Hold up. Come back around here. Oh, this is so bad. Okay, well... we've got to rejuvenate. Hopefully we can hold off some of the melees. Yeah, at least this guy's not hitting me while this range dude is. We might want to go ahead and switch to fighting this guy. So we can clear this multiplier dude before we have to fight the big guy. Yeah, this is definitely the best tactic here. We'll let ourselves get nice and full up on our adrenaline. But we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to kill both of these enemies at the same time right here with our AoE. Nice. And now we've just got our last enemy. Hopefully we'll get enough adrenaline to use our rejuvenate here. That was just a really bad spawn for me. They came in a lot of bad spots. And so anytime the range dude pops in the middle is kind of one of the worst spawn possibilities for me. Because then he hits me before my adrenaline triggers healing. And that's really bad for me. But hopefully we'll get enough adrenaline here. I think we've got time. Yep, we'll hit our rejuvenate right here. That'll bring us back up above 50%. And then what we'll want to be doing is hoping to maybe regenerate some more health over the course of the next couple of enemies here. A couple of waves. You know, we were dead by wave 30 last time. And now we're going into wave 26, not nearly as injured as we had been. Hopefully we can push some of these enemies off. We're going to have to fight this bat. We're going to have to fight that ranged guy. Hopefully we can get that ranged guy to get in front of this melee dude. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. Okay, this is going to be another kind of bad spot here. Thankfully, we are triggering our... yeah, we want to fight this melee because we don't want this dude to come around. We are triggering our defensive abilities because we are actively in a combat. Man, some of these fucking waves start to get kind of tough. Need to get War's Blessing 2. What does War's Blessing 2 do? Hopefully, once we get the mages triggering, things will actually calm down a little bit, because hopefully the mages reduce the overall numbers. Right, we're getting a lot of numbers in our waves right now. And it's a little scary. Here pretty soon, actually, we should start getting things where we get 2 big dudes per wave. God War's dungeon boss kill count requirements, excluding necks, are removed. Kill count requirements. You mean like you have to kill a certain number of the enemies down there to be able to kill the bosses? So to fight the boss in God War's dungeon, you need to kill 40 mobs of the god. Okay, cool, cool. Or you can get War's Blessing. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. This is going to end up working out pretty well. That big guy's going to hopefully get stuck behind this dude. Or on that wall. There we go. Nice. Nice. This fight will probably be long enough. We'll probably get another rejuvenate in. So yeah, this whole little fight right here is going to be a nice wave. Going to be a much, much easier wave. Maybe even get us back up to full health here. You would love War's Blessing 1. Oh yeah, the thing that lets me get into the middle. I started kind of working on some of this stuff. I'm up to 14 of 19. I need to be able to kill a couple of bosses, like the Hellfight Queen and stuff, and then I think I can get enough to go do the teleport or whatever into the middle of the barrows. But yeah, you're definitely right. I definitely do need War's Blessing 1 to get some of the things I want from the barrows. If this fight lasts us another minute, another 45 seconds, we'll get to use our rejuvenate. It might be worth it to start sucking down a prayer potion at the start of some of these fights. And using at least my melee defense until the mages come. Let's see, I have 6 times 4 is 24. So I can use about 1 prayer potion every 2 fights. Until the end. Oh, we're not done. There's a bat over here or something. Well, that's kind of nice. Getting a little extra adrenaline here, get a little extra health back. Oh, the bats are the ones who suck your prayer? I thought everything sucked your prayer. It seems like everything that hits me takes a little prayer away here. Ooh, this is going to be rough. So they're all kind of trapped in the same spot here. So, oh, nope, there's a melee. Hang on, don't let all those other guys get out. Okay. Yeah, we got to get some health back. We haven't even had to eat yet. We're going to get... So it took us 20 eats to get to wave 30 last time and die. And it looks like we're going to get to wave 30 here, potentially without any eats and still having, like, full health. If I can get my rejuvenation to go off here, that'll be great. So, definitely taking this slow. I mean, we're at 40 minutes right now. It's going to take us 3 hours probably. 2 hours? Yeah. Going to take us at least 2 hours to get pulled through the full 60 waves probably. With how slowly we're kind of going through them. I'm going to go ahead and let this rejuve or regenerate heal me up just a little bit, and then we'll pull this ranged guy, and we'll try and just pull the ranged guy back around the corner here. Can you come around? Well, we could just go fight him. I guess he's kind of inhibiting, and I don't want to take too much damage trying to kite him here. That puts us in a pretty decent spot. Yeah, I like that a lot. And we'll just keep pushing forward, fighting everything. Hoping to trigger our rejuvenate here as early as possible. Because the earlier we trigger the rejuvenate, the faster we get access to it again. So we're not going to use this AoE flurry thing at all. We'll just fight these enemies one at a time. And hopefully rejuvenate will trigger. We're going to switch targets here. So I'm going to try and get rejuvenate to trigger here, and then I'm going to throw off my flurry. And try and kill both of these dudes at the same time. Nope. That's fine. That's a good time for rejuvenate right there. We'll get most of our HP back. Ooh, he just hit me real hard there. That hurt. Like a 600 and something hit. All right. We're going to have quite a bit of adrenaline at the end of this fight, too. Nice. We're going to come back into our corner here. Yeah, we got ranged dudes that are kind of far away. We're going to try and trigger as much of this healing as we can. We're probably going to end up having to fight both of these ranged dudes at the same time. We're going to have to fight all of this at the same time. That sucks. We'll try and line this guy up where he gets stuck, because he's dumb, right? He's going to come straight at me. Perfect. So he's going to be stuck back there. Now I only have to fight like one enemy at a time. Although I am taking 2 ranged attacks at a time here. Just use the enemies against themselves a little bit. Yo, what's up, Ricardo? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? And let's suck down some potions, right? I got a lot of potions that I'm not really using right now. Let's suck some of them bad boys down. All right. We are into the same place that we were at last, right? This is wave 30. This is where I died last time. Except I haven't eaten a single food yet, and I have more health than I did last time. So we're going to take these one at a time here. These big dudes. Beat their ass. And hopefully we can get out of wave 30 full health, having eaten no foods. And I think if we can do that, you know, we're only halfway. That's fair. But we're halfway with lots of resources. We still have 60 minutes of attack and defense. We still have 6 full prayer potions. We still have tons of stuff available. We are looking good. Nice. We're going to stay and heal, right? I don't need this 75 adrenaline to fight this dude. And because if we wait to heal, that just brings us closer to rejuvenate, which means we'll get more rejuvenates per phase here. I also want to bring this guy back around. I don't want to fight him way up here because then I got to walk all the way around, and that can kind of cause a problem for some of the enemy pathing. The closer I am to this corner at the start of a phase, the better off I am when it comes to the pathing that a lot of these enemies take. A lot more enemies get caught up right here if I start way back here. And that's important. I need the enemies to be getting caught up, because we're definitely at a point now where I need to fight them like one at a time. We don't have the luxury of fucking up anymore. But 30 more waves. Well, 33 more waves or something like that. We're not even quite halfway. Ooh, this is so long. Oh, wave 31. That's the magic dude? Or is this like some special guy? He's weak against ranged. So definitely the magic dude. There we go. Yo. That is strong. Oh my goodness. So many hit points. And I've only got a 55% accuracy on him. That sucks. Do these start coming with every wave now? Because if these start coming with every wave, I'm fucked. There's no way I'm going to win. Just on the prayer cost alone, I don't think I have enough potions. Kill Ketzek in the fight cave. Gonna heal up some here. Okay, well, on the bright side, what happened is, so like I was saying last time, I did reset like the quantity of enemies because I got such a stronger enemy, which is nice. So we're now just getting the big bad mages and some bats and stuff. Eventually, I assume we're going to start getting everything, right? We're going to start getting the melees, we're going to start getting the mages and the ranged all together. But I assume it's going to be a ramp up to that over the course of the next 30 waves. So the next thing we'll probably get is the little melees that split, and then we'll start getting the ranged guys, and then we'll start getting the big melee guys, sort of all in conjunction with this mage, if the same progression system follows. And then we'll have to do a bunch of waves. We'll probably get like 2 mages in a wave. Ooh. Okay. I'm not going to be able to... Okay, we're in trouble. We're in so very much trouble. Kill the bats so they stop sucking my prayer here. That is prayer potion number 2. I have a total of 24. We have 30 more waves to go. So I'm down to 22 prayer potions in 30 waves. So I can't use a prayer potion every wave. So I have to be careful about the bats. I actually probably shouldn't have taken that prayer potion until after I killed the bats. We also have 18 foods, so we get about 1 food every 2 fights now. Ooh, this guy's beating my ass. Ouch. Why is he doing so much damage this time? They did not do that much damage the last 2 times I fought him. That was unfortunate. Ooh. That puts us in a pretty bad spot. We have to take the next couple of phases as slow as we possibly can. And we definitely have to have prayer when we're fighting the mages. Without the prayer, we take way too much damage. Alright, we're gonna wait. We're gonna let that adrenaline... Ooh. I don't even know if I can fight two of these mages at one time. If I can't separate the mages in the future, when I get stuck fighting two of them, I'm going to be in a hell of a bad spot. Because if I take two of those attacks, I'm going to be eating a lot of food. So I definitely need to be not eating food as much as humanly possible. But for right now, it does seem like if I'm only using prayer against the magic enemies, probably I can get 2 waves or 2 magic enemies per prayer potion or per drink. So as long as there aren't more than 21, so 42 more mages is about my limit as far as what I can kill. And if I have to fight more than 42 more mages, I'm pretty much fucked. Which, it's going to be close. That number is going to be real close. Okay. We want to take the mage guy down this side over here. Hopefully keeping that melee dude. And we've got a fucking bat. Where'd the mage go? Did the mage get confused? Oh, he got stuck. Okay. Sweet. Nice. Nice. Okay, that's like as good as that could have possibly gone. I'll have to remember that. If I get something that I can't fight from over in this side, that I can still get them caught up. Okay, we got to get into this as close as we can. And then we got to hit our prayer. We got to close. Hopefully that other guy doesn't come around that corner. Okay, well, we'll fight him from this side. That guy will get stuck behind him. It'll be okay. We are going to run out of prayer here. So that's going to suck. Because we're going to start taking all of these hits. We do have our rejuvenate. So we're going to hit our destroy. And then we're going to hit our AoE. And then against this guy right here, we're going to try and let our rejuvenate go off. Nice. Okay. That could have gone worse. That could have gone way worse. So we're just going to let this fight play out. And hopefully we'll get our rejuvenate up. And that'll take us way back up on health. We still have not used up our food at all. Which is great. The closer we get to 1 food per wave, the better off we are. But it is very possible that I will not... I still think I might not win here. We've got 28 more waves to go through. You cannot bring summons in here. I tried, Master of Light. They told me that my friends were not allowed. That it was just a thing for me. I did think of that. We didn't get our rejuvenate off. That kind of sucks. We got some bats over here. Oh, we got... So we can trick this, right? We can pull this like this. We can get the bats. My prayer is empty, so I don't use up a prayer. And I kill these bats. And then I prayer for the mage. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, I actually think I want... Whoops. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this sucks so bad. Get behind. Okay. Let's go all the way back around to my corner. Come on. I'm having a really difficult time because I'm trying to kill the mages so fast. I'm having a really hard time getting my rejuvenate off. I need to stop using flurry against the mages to try and trigger the rejuvenate because I'm just sitting here not gaining health back from that right now. That's really, really bad. All right, mage in the corner there with a melee dude in the corner there with a melee dude coming straight down on me. Okay. Thankfully, it doesn't look like any bats, so I'm not going to get drained on this prayer right here before I go fight this mage, which is good. But I'm going to have to pull the same thing on that mage that I pulled on the last one, which is run through it to fight it, which means taking a pretty significant chunk of damage before I actually start the fight, which kind of sucks. Because that melee dude is there as well. But whoops. I'm stupid. So I'll probably re-up my drinks before I go fight him. So I can just be as strong as I can be on this one. We're pretty close to rejuvenate here too. We might maybe get it. Come on. Damn. Okay. Drink. Drink. Boom. Run through the enemy. Come on. And then turn and fight it. Get a food. And then let it play out so my rejuvenate goes off. So we ate our first food finally. We might end up eating our second food here. God, I'm taking some big hits. I don't want to eat a food because I don't want to... Damn. So I didn't want to eat a food because eating a food would have set me back on my adrenaline. And then I wouldn't have got my rejuvenate off. Oy vey. That's tough. That's real tough. Yeah, no, I didn't. So I don't know anything about Jad Zith. So I didn't realize that the final enemy was Mage when I decided to come down here until some people told me. And I didn't know how strong those Mage enemies were going to be. So unfortunately, it seems like the path that I was already on with getting my repriser is actually probably my best path for Jad as well. So to get my repriser and then go in there with my my dual-wield crossbow and just beat the shit out of that guy, those mage guys. So and potentially bringing entire gear swaps because early on you've got all the melees. So honestly, if I even had like 70 magic and I came in early with the mage with my reflector and then did a full gear swap into the ranged, might end up being the best. I don't know. Or try and get to level 75 on my defense and wear my full Tuskas set and run hybrid that way. Might also. Hey, what's up, Lazy Scaper? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Skyler, man, I was trying to get to Jad. It doesn't seem like that's going to be possible, though. I think getting to 75 defense and then getting all of my weapon types to 70, I'll definitely be able to do it in my Tuskas. And just dual swap the weapons. So have a single hand and a defender for every damage type. And just go in there with my Tuskas hybrid set. Obviously, I could just go in there Necro, right? I'd not have to worry about any of that shit. But that's boring. So we're not going to do that. Yeah, so our new goal is going to have to be 75 defense, 70 magic. And that should allow us to get in there and do that. And then we'll just do full swaps. But we'll put that away. We'll put this stuff away. So the next thing that I was interested in, that I can probably actually do, stuck thieving till 120. So many people are doing the hardcore thieving grind right now. So many people. Honestly, I probably should as well. I should probably get myself to Prifdinus and then just start thieving to 120, even though I'm only at 38. Just because the resources and stuff you can get for that, there's just so much banked XP for other types of skills that you could just go crazy in there. But yeah, I think the other boss I wanted to try today was I do want to try the Calphite Queen. So, do I have a fire cape? I do not have a fire cape. Ho, ho, ho. 1.3 million thieving XP per hour at Vires, 100% AFK for 15 minutes per click. Oh, damn. Good tip, Fev. Good tip. Only 200 hours of that, and you can totally max out thieving. Jesus. Only 200 hours. All right. Speaking of hours of play, before I go look at this, let's actually go back up to Lumbridge. I want to go check on I haven't looked at my play hours in a few days. I want to go check that out. Make sure I'm still on my 1/3 of all hours that exist since I started playing. Yeah, like 60 hours of thieving to go till 200. Damn. I've still got like 1,000 hours of thieving to go before 200. But on the 120 RC ride, just hit 90 million. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Have you been here as long as me? 18 days, 7 hours, and 53 minutes. In the last 47 days since I started playing this game. Damn. Somebody needs to get a life. This game is a ridiculous amount of fun. Alright. Let's go see if we can't beat the Calphite Queen. I guess I should probably... bring some foods and stuff with me on my way down there. Does anybody know, does the Calphite Queen poison at all? Do I need any anti-poison potions on my way down there? We'll bring some of these. We'll put 10 of them away.
Wyatt Harriet 123 says Hermit is the best, he is so cool, his name is Kermit, do bop bang flippy tang bang, Kermit I cool, he makes people drool, yay, 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 yay.
Thank you very much for the words of encouragement, Wyatt. I really appreciate that. For those of you who may not know, there is a TTS command on both YouTube and Twitch. Just type exclamation TTS and then whatever you want to put out there. You'll want 2 combat styles? I don't have 2 combat styles. Why is this game ruining my life? I'm really close. Either, so I have to get magic to 70, or I have to get my repriser from the nerd faces. Phase 1 you can melee, phase 2 is range or magic. Okay, well, it looks like I might just be still hard stuck on the barrows then. That seems to be... okay. What, hard stuck on the barrows? Yeah, that should be my theme song. Okay, well, we're going back to the barrows then. I don't want to, but I don't think we have a choice. Because if I can get the repeater, or the crossbow, and I can get the repriser, then I'm good to go... I'm good to go on the queen, for sure. I actually don't want to be in my melee gear. So we're going to switch to our mage gear. That way we're actually leveling up magic while we do this. Which means we're going to need to bring like all the foods. Because my mage gear is a little weak. Okay. That's possible, Wyatt. Yeah. So back to the same old fucking grind, I guess. I do have quite a bit of... oh, I didn't bring any... I don't mage very often. What happened to waves? What do you mean waves? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely forgot all about the runes. Oh, we died twice after about an hour each time being down there. I just don't quite have the gear and the tiers to be able to do that yet. So we will have to wait a little while. But yeah, we're fairly close. As soon as, like I said, as soon as I get my repriser, I can go do the Calphite Queen and the Jad, I think. So that's kind of just the one thing that's holding me back from two very interesting bosses. So I'm pretty excited to get to those. We also have lots of stuff on the log here anyway, so killing the Barrows brothers isn't hurting me. I only have 11 of the 30 pieces that I have access to right now. So we still have 19 more unique items to get here. So that's fine. These are not wasted kills. While using Gothic Staff, you have access to the special attack. Go to your Defensive Constitution tab. Find, you mean this ability right here? Yeah, we got it. We use it sometimes. Yeah, I'm a huge fan, Bev, um, of the special abilities just in general. Come on. I think that the special attacks are probably one of the coolest things about this game. I like them a lot. I think that their implementation probably could use a little work. Having them set up to where they don't have cooldowns, I think is kind of a mistake. Because they're just kind of some of like the best abilities in the game. And being able to spam them, I think, is a little kind of meh. I almost would prefer for them to be like regular abilities that have cooldowns and stuff, and then just not even have special abilities on weapons, but all right. Down into the deep we go. Had to readjust my sitting position there. There is something to be said for really cool stuff like that to be able to happen, Bev. And just be able to one-shot the crap out of some stuff is really fun. But, yeah, I just don't... I think it goes a little too far in this game sometimes. Can you have a badge, Wyatt? What badge do you want? Cool guy badge? Is there a cool guy badge? I don't really know anything about the badges and stuff in Twitch. I don't really pay attention to that stuff. I will go and look through after the stream today, Wyatt, and I will see what sort of badges I can adorn people with. And I will adorn you with a badge. Oh shit, didn't realize it's 12:30. I'll drop a sub, but I better sleep. Daughter will be up in like 5 hours. Hey, Fev, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate the sub. Hope I get to see you again. And enjoy your grind out there. I look forward to hearing that you made it all the way to 200 million thieving. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Murdering the nerds. Yeah, that's 12:31 in the morning. That is correct. Got that 24-hour clock. That means that Fev lives in the same time zone that this game's server time is. It's only 5:30 for me. "5:30 in the afternoon." I forgot to switch to my fire to kill that last dude. Whoops. Pretty sure this one wants wind. That's something I'm really bad about. Mage is a pain in the ass. Because you gotta swap. I don't like it. Mage in general is just a pain in the ass. Who wants to be a mage? Nobody. Nobody wants to be a fucking mage. Especially when you can be a melee. Melee's so much better. Doopa 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 gimmick. Who is the gimmick? Level 78 Necro. Pretty sure that's cheating. You know what they should do to stop Necro from making everything super trivial through the early game? Is they should make you get to 80 in all the other styles before you can get Necro. Do I ever want a pet? You mean like a real life pet? No, I'm unfortunately allergic to pretty much every pet. I grew up having a lot of pets. We had dogs and cats. I grew up on a farm, so we had, goats and chickens and horses and a mule and like all kinds of shit. So I grew up around animals pretty much my entire life, and I love animals. But I am unfortunately allergic to all of them. And I have allergy-induced asthma. And if I spend too much time around like a dog, the last time I hung out at one of my family's house that have a pet, within 2 days, I was literally coughing up blood. So that was the opposite of fun. So unfortunately, pets just aren't really in the cards for me. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not in the military anymore, so. I haven't been in the military for, like, the last 8 years. Although I did absolutely lie on my military application and told them I didn't have asthma, so. Because otherwise I wouldn't have gotten in. I mean, everybody lies on their military applications. There's like 3 whole people in the military who actually qualify to be in the military. And it's not even necessarily because the rules to get in are super strict. It's just because there are so many of them. And there are so many conditions. There are so many conditions that you can have that make deployment and stuff like that really difficult. That, all of those conditions, whether they flare up often or if you have a severe case or not, it doesn't really matter, because if they do flare up in a deployment situation, things can go really, really bad. What's up, Brody? Things can go really horribly. And so they just have a lot of medical stuff that can disqualify you. And most people have at least a mild form of one of those conditions. And so you just don't say anything about it. If it doesn't come up, it doesn't come up. It doesn't really matter. There were 2 things during my training where I was actually kind of concerned I might have an attack. And that was during basic training, you have to get tear gassed. And I thought that might flare up, but that wasn't a problem. I went through that just fine. And then when you're training to stand armed watch on the boat, you have to get pepper sprayed. And I thought that might cause a problem, but I got through both of those things just fine, so no big deal. Do yourselves a favor, though. If anybody ever threatens to pepper spray you, just walk away. Just walk away. Because that sucks. And it sucks for like a couple of days. And that's just something you don't want to deal with. Ooh. Somebody received the thieving pet. And somebody received the eye at 283 Mekarnez kills. Good for them. I think the eye is the amulet, right? The ranged accuracy amulet. I really want that, like, real bad. That's going to be so good for my ranged build. It's Hermito with three O's. Yeah. That is correct. Please let me in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. 'Cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. I was in the Navy. I wasn't in the Army. I was in the Navy. No, nobody ever fought me. It's not really what we do. Most of my time on deployment in the Navy was spent sitting at a computer console watching a radar go roundy, just in case somebody launched a missile or something like that at our boat. Because I worked on the missile defense systems. So if you've ever watched, actually very specifically, if you've ever watched that TV show The Expanse, where they have those machine guns or whatever that shoot missiles out of the air. Okay, well, specifically the thing I worked on was called a CWIS, close-in weapons system. And it's a 20mm Gatling cannon with a radar on it. And if the ship is attacked by like a missile or something like that, then we just fire a shiznit ton of bullets at it and knock it out of the sky. And so our watches were specifically about watching that radar in case something happened and we needed to shoot off the CWIS. It was an interesting job. I enjoyed working on the weapon system. It was a lot of different types of things all at once because it had pneumatic systems, it had computer systems, it had mechanical systems, it had radar systems, big electrical systems. And so there was a lot of different things when it came to repairing and working on the system that you sort of had to learn. And that was a lot of fun. It's made me very comfortable in my life with taking apart stuff, because there aren't a lot of types of systems that I haven't at least had some interaction with. So when things in my life break, I just take them apart and see if I can fix them. So what drops did you get already? I see the necklace. Yeah, we're actually doing pretty good here, William. We've got... we managed to pick up 5 corrupted sigils, so I've got plenty of those. We've got the staff, which I actually turned into the reflector. We've got our book. We've got 2 pieces of the Durak armor, which I typically wear now. We've got Karils. We've got Torags. So we got 2 Torags. We've picked up a bunch, actually, of these. So I turned one of these into my defender, and I still have 2 more. And I've got 2 of these freaking Varric flails. And then, yeah, just my RM's hood, which I'm wearing right now. So we've got a little bit of everything, is kind of where we're at. The only thing I really want right now, I think the thing that's kind of holding me back is I really want my Karil's crossbow so that I can get my repriser, so that I have weapon. So I have main hand, offhand shield with all of my weapon sets. And then I can be, a little more tanky and stuff. Guess what's the only drop I got so far in the barrows? Oh, seriously? Have you only gotten the repriser? I feel like you did that on purpose. I feel like you did that on purpose. I really do like the Barrows grind. It's quite a bit of fun. I wish... What's up, Merle? I wish that I could target farm a little bit better down here. I wish that I could just kill Karil and try and just farm his. That's definitely true. Yeah, having to go in and out of all of these staircases and stuff is definitely a little obnoxious. I feel like it would be better if you just came down in here and, there's lots of rooms. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rooms. And there's 8 brothers. So, if I just came in here and had to run around and fight a brother, fight a brother, fight a brother as you go, and then get to the center room, then I feel like that would be better. How do you like necromancy so far? Honestly, Lee, I don't use necromancy because it circumvents what I think is a pretty important part of the game, which is the Trinity. Um, and I don't like the idea of just completely avoiding the Trinity and having this sort of neutral weapon style. So I don't really use it. I'm leveling it up because I kind of have to. But then also, I think a huge part of the value of necromancy is the shield. And I also don't use the bone shield because I don't want to use up the necromancy runes. Because as an Iron Man, especially as a fresh Iron Man account, I just don't have the resources. And I don't have the ability to gain those resources back as easily. So there's not really a ton of value in that skill for me. So I don't really like it. But I think that necromancy really cheapens the early game for new players as well. And I would like to see, I actually just mentioned this a little earlier. I would like to see maybe a need to get your attack, your ranged, and your magic to like 70 or 80 before you could even start necromancy. Because it circumvents the Trinity so much. I mean, you could literally just only do defense and necromancy and never touch any of the other things. It does, but it's a nice style that probably will get integrated more with the integrity updates. I've played Fallout 4. I do like Fallout 4. You are not wrong about that. Yeah, so I would like to see, if they wanted to break the Trinity and turn it into a square, right? And give every single combat type a, like, something they're good against, something they're weak against, and then something they're neutral against. So, like, necromancy could be neutral against magic and necromancy, and then it could be weak to ranged and powerful against melee, or, whatever. And they wanted to have a square. Then that's fine. But I think taking necromancy totally out of the Trinity is bad. Of course, I guess, honestly, maybe it's it can be seen as more of just a casual friendly thing. So you're never gonna get like the best times. For example, on your kills with necromancy, because you don't get the bonus of extra damage. So maybe that's the role it takes up, is because you don't have to build up really, really strong, really, really strong builds for 3 different types to be able to at least complete all of the content. All you need is just your necromancy build, which is just, something you level up. Then I guess that's nice. Marked for death. I know that I've seen that on some of the necromancy skills, something about marked for death. But I didn't read super deep into it. Here we go. Necromancy attacks will execute the mark for fatal damage if life points drop below 20%. Oh, okay. Cool. So just a free 20% call. That is a horrible fucking skill. Actually, that shouldn't even be in there. Take that out. That's fucking horrible. That's just way too much damage. I mean, 30k in a single attack. That's fucking horrible. Especially early on. 20% is a lot. Later, the damage cap might have an impact. What level is this? Level 80? Yeah, but I mean, the enemies I'm fighting right now, 20% of their health is less than 30k. So you're getting a full 20% call, which is batshit crazy. Batshit crazy. Yeah, I'll probably never use necromancy, if I'm being honest. You know, I've been leveling it up and stuff by doing rituals, but I don't like ever fight with it. I don't have the gear leveled up. My weapon is leveled up, but like my armors and stuff aren't. And I'll probably not use it just because it's such a... It's something that a casual player should use, right? It's something that gives players who don't have the same amount of time to invest a way to circumvent some of the grind that comes with trying to gear up your other styles. My rule for necromancy is I'm going to cap it to all my other armor types. Yeah, melee, range, magic 70 will unlock necro 70 for me. That's a good idea. Yeah, because I mean, you do need to level it up. And I obviously have been a little bit. I use it as passive killers without the ectoplasm, since it is a ranged style, and that doesn't eat resources. Yeah, that's the other thing, is the fact that it doesn't have any resource cost. I mean, it just feels too strong. At 60 necro, armor gets a bit rough for iron since we need the wool from seasonal sheep. Oh, I didn't realize there was a seasonal thing that you needed. That's kind of dumb. Can I raise those sheep in my own farm? Is that how I circumvent that as an Iron Man? Yeah. Got it, got it. Need all 4 types of wool for the masterwork magic gear also. Okay. That's fine. I don't give a shit about magic, if I'm being perfectly honest. I am just not a mage. Most of my magic and ranged stuff will honestly probably use hybrid gear. I'm completely a mage, was a mage in WoW too. Yeah, see, that's where I'm at, Semish, is I've always... Did your cat just walk on your keyboard? That's funny. I've always played a tank. I've always been a sword and board tank. Ever since my very first character in Dark Age of Camelot was a sword and board tank. And so I just always play the tank. My little brother's always been the mage in our group. Was going to do Dungeoneering for my first 99, then I decided to change it to Necro and said, nah, I'll do runecrafting. You sound like an 18-year-old trying to pick their major in college, is what you sound like, Semish. I'm going to be business. No, I'm going to be computer science. No, I'm going to be... One of my guildies said runecrafting to meme, so I'm going to do it because I'm stubborn. Nice. That is the way. Yeah, agility can kiss my ass. Why am I doing barrows? Because I want to get my repriser. FX. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I need my repriser so I can go murder some bosses. $46,000 laps. You're a crazy person. Yeah, I have 5 of the sigils already. Stemish. I no longer need any sigils. No, we're live on Twitch and YouTube right now, Lee. All of those people who look like me talking, where it says Survival Hermit, Twitch, so-and-so says whatever, that's the chat from Twitch being moved over to YouTube. So it's the second name is actually the name of the person who's talking. Nice. Yeah, whenever I incorporate anything into the chat, so things like the text to speech and stuff like that will always be on both platforms. It'll be run through a program called streamer.bot. So feel free. Feel free to watch on whichever of the platforms you're most interested in. Because I will always make sure that any sort of, commands or anything like that work on both. So I will do my best to make that experience as seamless as possible. Hey, and thanks for the follow over there on Twitch, Lee. I appreciate that. You're just fishing for the two-handed range whip to make the repriser. Yeah. Yeah, and, I'm leveling up my magic at the same time. I do need to get to 70 magic so that I can use my deflector. And then I'll have, my tier 70 main hand, offhand shield item for all three weapon types. And then once I get 75 defense, I'll be able to use my Tuska's hybrid gear, which will give me 6% crit chance. And so then when I do things like Jad or the Dagoth Kings or apparently the Calphite Queen needs 2 sets, instead of having to bring an entire gear set to change, I'll just wear my hybrid and my shields. And I think that should probably be decent. I would prefer to have like the Saradomin War Priest set, because I'd like to have that 6% chance to massively reduce damage. But since the defenders and stuff already give that chance, I think it's actually pretty good to have that crit instead for the extra damage. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We're going to fuck with some shit, though. It's going to be a good time. The other big possibility is rocking the Armadillo or Barbados, or Bandos, not Barbados, Bandos War Priest set, because that gives a huge, gives a chance to give a huge cooldown reduction to my biggest cooldown skills. And so if it were ever to like land on Rejuvenate or something like that, that could be a pretty huge deal for me. And give me a whole lot of extra healing when I got lucky like that. And especially because of like how many big threshold skills and stuff I typically use with my shields and things. That could end up being a pretty big deal, I think. So we'll see. We want to get all the War Priest sets because they're really good, I think. Eventually we'll get the Sliskays, which will be cool because you can put Sliskays is a 3-piece set, and you can put the bonus of one of the other War Priest 6-piece sets you have on that 3-piece set, and then wear another 3 pieces of one of the other bonuses. And so if you get, you could get like the 6% Tuskas, and then also get like 3% chance to massively reduce damage with Ceradomans at the same time once you get Sliskays. And Sliskays is a higher tier as well, so you get better defenses and stuff from it. So I'm actually really excited for the future, getting Sliskays later on and running that. And then we'll have, all of our defenders and reprisers and reflectors and all that stuff, which I think more than adjust for the loss of the tank armor set and still have a nice little bit of damage boost. So I think all in all it'll kind of work. The only thing that I really have a problem with the War Priest sets is that they have a cloak, or they have a cloak. And so you only lose 1% of their potential thing by not having your cloak on. So I'll probably not ever use like the full 6-piece. If I can find another hybrid set that has like a good 2-piece bonus maybe to throw with Sliskays. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to look at with the hybrid gear. I honestly wish that they would lean into the hybrid stuff a little more. It's a little lackluster at higher levels, but right here around the level 75, I think there's actually quite a bit of value in some of the hybrid stuff. So I don't want the cloak for the set pieces because they're just such good cloaks. And so you lose your ability to, if I'm wearing my Tuska's cape, there we go, cape, not cloak. If I'm wearing my Tuska's cape, then that means I'm not wearing, my really good hybrid cape that's adding lots of damage and stuff. So I'll probably take the Tuska's cape or the Ceradoman cape or whichever War Priest set I'm wearing. And I probably won't wear those capes, and I'll wear the good hybrid damage cape. And then just have my 5 pieces and only be getting a 5-piece bonus here. I think will be sort of the requirement. Because some of those capes are just too good. I mean, even this cape is too good. Even the cape that I'm currently using, even my Jared's cape with 13 armor and 9 hybrid damage is too good not to use. Goal today is unlock 3rd floor of Runespan, then do all quests that give rune crafting XP. You're going to do every quest that does rune crafting XP in one day? That's a lofty goal, dude. Get down. Oh, I forgot to put my shit away. I suck. I did a slightly bugged quest yesterday that took me 1+ hours. Gross. I'll be right back while I fight this dude. I'm gonna take a leak. 110k is still pretty solid. Still pretty solid. I mean, I don't even think I have... I mean, that would almost get you to where I'm at in rune crafting just off of those quests. That's pretty good. Alright. The Rock, you big nerd. Get dookied. You dare disturb my slumber. It is I, Kazim, a humble thief. Hey, level 64 magic. One more level in magic. And we will be able to do island diplomacy. Also, what is shadow? I think this might be in one of the other spell books. I don't think I have it yet. Womp womp. I really do need to get some more spells done. Or I really need to get the ancient spellbook stuff done. Mostly because I want my curses. I want my curses real bad. Cause I'm bad, you know it. Let's go kill Toe Rag. Toe Rag, who insists on giving me his stupid hammer 1,000,000 frickin' times. If I get another one of these Toe Rag hammers, I'm gonna be upset. I still need the helm. Still need the helm. If I didn't have all these dumbass duplicates, I'd have like 16 freaking items right now in my logbook, which would be awesome. 'Cause it's die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die. It is gonna take way too long to get all these items. Especially because I'm looking for one specific item. It's gonna take way too much to get. I mean, we've got 180 Barrows kills. And I'm only a third of the way to getting all the different items. So even if I get new items at that same rate, which is impossible, it would still take me almost 600 kills to definitely get the crossbow. Gross. Yeah, this grind might end up just fucking me. Which I guess is kind of a rite of passage. You know, there's always some boss for every iron account, as far as I can tell, or some item that you really need as part of your progression path, where you just get super unlucky, and the RNG just kind of fucks you. And you end up having a really hard time. So I guess this is probably just going to be mine. Of course, I've still got plenty of time. I've still got 6 levels on my magic before I hit 70. Which means I've got, you know, a good 200 more Barrows kills at least. So I guess I'm not getting fucked quite yet. Not quite yet. It's really weird to come to a game that requires so much grinding to get gear. That's not very common in modern MMO games. Usually the grind is like minutes or hours, not days. So I'm still having a little bit of, I wouldn't say difficulty adjusting, but I still am adjusting a little bit to the way RuneScape works and the demand that it has on grinding. It is very different from most of the MMOs I've played in the past. At least in the recent past. I guess, you know, if you go back to Dark Age of Camelot and stuff like that, the grinds were pretty similar in those games. Gear costs so much. But I don't really have to deal with that. Because, you know, Iron Man. But honestly, that's the way I prefer. Like, I love being able to sell stuff on markets. But I don't really care for buying things off the market. I would rather just go spend the time and get them myself. That's always kind of been the way I've been. I would prefer to, like, buy my consumables and stuff. Not necessarily my gear. Ooh, Arc Glacier. That's a good one. Pretty excited to get to that one. If I'm being honest, it looks like fun. Okay, I'm gonna need this game to give me my fucking crossbow. I'm just saying. This is some bullshit. I hate both of you. How about that? How about that? Oh, you think grind is your ally, but you merely adopted the grind. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see loot until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding. The grind betray you because they belong to me. That's pretty funny. I mean, I played some pretty grindy games growing up. I don't think Dark Age of Camelot was even really close to the grind that comes from RuneScape. But you know, I played Final Fantasy 11. I played Dark Age of Camelot. I played EverQuest. Like, I've played some grindy ass old school MMOs. Let's be honest. I'm not some new to the MMO scene guy who's never grinded before. It's just I've been playing a lot more modern MMOs lately, and it's throwing me off. I'm not used to it. But it is definitely a preference. I am very happy. Even though killing these Barrows brothers is a little boring, you know, doing this over and over again. And I probably wouldn't enjoy it as much if I didn't have, like, you all to talk to. Heck, maybe that's why older MMOs tend to be more social. Is there's a certain amount of boredom that comes with grinding. The best way to assuage that boredom is to chit chat with the people. Maybe. I'd say that's probably the truth of it. It also probably means I would never have enjoyed RuneScape before streaming. I could definitely see myself not having liked doing this Barrows killing thing over and over again if I didn't have y'all to chit chat with while I did it. What we got here? Ring of Viter. Another Ring of Viter. Received Brains, the farming pet, at 11 million XP. Nice. People getting some stuff. I like seeing other people get some stuff. Makes me happy. All right, Kirill's the last boss this time, right? So that should mean, I know it doesn't actually mean, but it should mean that I get a better chance at getting Kirill's gear. I want it to mean that. Stupid mouse. Whoops. I fucked that up real good. Womp womp. Give me my crossbow. Sing the crossbow song. Is there a bow-related emote I can do before I open? That'll give me good luck. What in the hell is that? Looks like a Portuguese man of war. Or some sort of ugly-ass brain monster. Why you dropping ugly-ass brain monsters in my chat? What is this? A goose doing the Gertie. Oh, okay, I kind of see it now. So its feet, I thought its feet were like tentacles hanging down. And I didn't see its neck bent all in half or whatever. You ever been around a goose before? I promise you. Geese don't dance. They're too busy being angry little shitheads to be dancing. Well, then you should know. There are no happy dancing geese. They're just hissy little buttheads all day, every day. Nice. My cousins used to have some geese when we were little. They were some of the meanest creatures I've ever met in my entire life. Really? It's really all you wanted to give me, huh? Ooh, somebody just hit 99 invention. Congratulations. So I think probably before I get this stupid crossbow today, I'm probably going to make it all the way to 65 magic. Especially if we keep doing this for the next like 2 hours or so of the stream, which we likely will. So then I'm going to go ahead and get my fire making up to 49 tonight off stream. And then I'll get the Fremenic trial quests done. And then tomorrow we can do island diplomacy, which will give us access to what we need for getting our crafting up. And then we'll have access to everything we need to get all of our skills, divination, crafting, and smithing up to 80 to be able to start doing invention. So there will definitely be some working on that sort of as we go here. Especially because we're starting to do a lot more bossing, and because those bosses have lots of good gear to be breaking down. Mining gems. So that later I can make porters with them. I think it's porters. But yeah, most of my crafting XP has come from chiseling gems. In fact, almost all of my crafting XP has come from chiseling gems. So if you're doing gems for crafting levels, the uncommon gem rock is more effective XP per rock. I mean, the question is, though, will I need... Because getting the most effective XP for the thing that you're doing in the moment isn't necessarily the best way to go about it if you're going to be an iron. Because if I'm going to need the resources I get from that higher tier rock at some point anyway, then I'm going to have to do a certain amount of mining there. Which means doing that mining to gain the XP and get the resource is ultimately going to be more effective. So if I need dragon stones and onyx and things like that, which I believe I do, then I might as well be doing the higher tier stones to get those as much as possible. Hey, somebody just hit 99 Necromancy, 99 Prayer, 99 Hunter. Yo, people are killing the game right now. Ooh, I don't have any food. I'm fucked. I'm totally gonna die right here. Don't kill me, Toe Rag. Ooh, that was close. Toe Rag tried to murder me. I don't know why he would do that. Toe Rag is a butthead. Only thing you get extra from those gem rocks is diamond and dragonstone. Pretty sure you get diamond from the one tier below as well. I have a ton of diamonds. I mean, I guess the question just comes down to, will I need dragon stones? Honestly, I personally don't know if I'll need a bunch of dragon stones. If I won't, then you're right. It's better to just do it. Negative, Skylar. Negative. Well, that's pretty bad. That's really bad. I haven't gotten any items yet, Skylar. Of course, I kill pretty slow. I mean, it's like a 6 or 7 minute trip for me. So it's not all that surprising. But what does dur mean? Durability? I don't. Because my concern is also time. And durability of what? Your pickaxe? Because I'm not using special pickaxes yet either. The rock. Oh, okay. But you get through more durability of the rock faster, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I probably need dragon stones. There's not really a lot of reason not to have them. I have lots of diamonds and stuff already. I would hate to get up there and then need dragon stones and not need as many diamonds as I have. That would be kind of a bummer. But like I said, I don't really know what I would use the dragon stones for. I don't necessarily know all the things that they can be turned into. Let's go look. RS3 Dragon Stone. Dragonstone ring, Dragonstone necklace, Dragonstone bracelet, Dragonstone amulet, platinum ring, insatiable spirit necklace, sunburst, Amulet of the Expert. What's an Amulet of the Expert? Delver's Anklet. Used to make tier 70 bolts. That's pretty useful. Used to make the exquisite urns. Yeah, I mean, just for the exquisite divination and runecrafting urns. I am more than happy to go out of my way, and the bolts, because I'm going to be needing some tier 70 bolts. Yeah, seems reasonable to go after those. I honestly need to be making more urns. I haven't been using any urns, and that's the reason I'm getting crafting up, is to make urns mostly. At least right now. I need to spend some time getting clay and doing all that. Especially as I approach level 60 with all these skills, things are going to start slowing down a lot. Anything that I can use urns to help is going to be a huge boon for me. Bracelets of clay are my friend. What do bracelets of clay do? Mine soft clay. So they're already wet. Hey, what's up, Stealthy Sumo? Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy with some of the stuff I've gotten, actually, if you want to take a look at the log so far. We're doing pretty solid. We've picked up 5 corruption sigils, which is great. We've got the hood. We have Arim's staff, which we turned into a reflector. We also have the book, which I probably won't end up using. We got a couple of Durox pieces here. We've got Kirill's top. We've got a couple of toe rag pieces here. We've got our Varric flail and our Amulet of the Forsaken. Right now, the one item that I'm really looking for is this one right here. Because I don't intend to use the staves. I'm a tank in every MMO I've ever played. And because I'm iron, I honestly think it's better to use the defensive skills and have slower kills. Because it saves you foods and stuff like that. And I think ultimately that saves me time. So I want to use like a tier 70 wand with the reflector. Black salamanders are a good alternative if you don't get Kirill's crossbow. Well, so I want Kirill's crossbow because I want to turn it into a repriser. I don't actually want the two-handed crossbow. I am pretty much all about dual wielding with the shield weapons. I just think that that's better as an iron because you save so many resources. So I don't have to go, I don't eat a bunch of food and then like have to go get a bunch of food. If I had a tier 60 wand and mage shield, then I would be using that right now, but I don't. This is just the only decent item I have for mage. So I'm kind of stuck. But I'm a huge fan of the defensive skills. And I'm not a huge fan of the Necro Shield because it uses too many Necro runes, and it's really, really expensive to upkeep. And as an Iron, I don't really feel like having to farm all of those essences. That sounds awful. Game is fucking with me. On the bright side, I have so many of these. This is fantastic. I assume these go in the hand crossbows, right? The one-handers? I hope so. Because it'll be nice to be able to just use those. That bracelet of clay looks really, really easy to make. Semish, I just looked it up. That's really exciting. I'm going to use the shiznit out of that. Gonna use the shiznit out of that. So I was just now thinking about how to set up for the fight arena that I was doing earlier today, and what I'm going to be looking at when we get in there with our level 75 defense for our hybrid gear and our level 70 in all of my combats for our dual wields. And I think this is going to end up being a really good setup, just kind of in general, for when we're wielding our hybrid sets. Will be to have Q, W, and E act as our weapon swaps. And then R will act as our prayer, our defensive prayer. So we'll always be using the defensive prayer of the thing that we're most effective against, because we'll be constantly swapping gear. So when we have, like our bow, for example, when we're using our ranged weapon, we'll have our magic prayer on R, and then we'll always use A, or maybe even F for eating. And then A can be something else. We'll figure something out. But I think that'll end up working out real nice. We can maybe use A for if we need to be using our resonance at a specific time, or, you know, be manually casting our resonance or something. Then we can use A for that. And then we still have S and D that we can add, so we could get 2 more skills in there if we need to. Pretty easily. We're just kind of building up as we go here. You know, I started out with basically no manual casts. And as we've continued to kind of leveled up and get into some more difficult content and stuff like that, we've just been kind of expanding the number of buttons we press and why we press them and all kinds of different stuff, and it's been a good time. Obviously, things change based on sort of what content you're doing. Are you planning on switching weapons? Are you not planning on switching weapons? Do you have special attacks? Do you not have special attacks? I actually need to look into some tier 70 one-handers for all the different gear classes to see if I can find some decent tier 70 one-handers for all my different types with some good special abilities. What do we got blinking over here? What did people... Oh, it's trying to tell me I need to quit playing. Maybe kiss my butt. How about that? Kiss my butt. How about that? I guess another thing we'll really need to be looking into is when we're in our mage set. Oops, I was talking to myself because I had myself muted. So when we're using our mage set, I might need to get a whole 3rd bar so that I can put some spells or something that I might want to use over here. We need to... honestly, we really need to get a freaking rune pouch, too. Of course, I guess if we get a rune pouch, then we have to be swapping the arrows in the pouch, which could potentially present us a problem. If we just keep the runes in the inventory, then we don't really have to deal with that. Hmm. The rock. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those fists were fast as lightning. It was a little bit frightening. And they did it with expert timing. I kind of feel, when you look at what the mages' animations and stuff are, when they're fighting, there's a lot of things that if he wasn't holding the staff would actually kind of look like kung fu. A lot of sort of flowy punches and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. That's why that song popped in my head, though, in case you were curious. Nice. Get to fight this guy right here. How does it feel to get murdered, dude? Again. Because you're already dead. Now you're getting killed again. Must be awful. Too bad. Sucks to suck. Sucks to suck. Bop. Oh, come on. Give me my item. I just want an item at this point. Give me anything. It's like this game doesn't even love me. I give it all this attention. Played it for 18 out of 47 days. Which is a ridiculous amount. And it won't just give me the items I want. Don't make no damn sense. I give and I give and I give. And I get nothing in return. Of course, now just to be spiteful, the game's gonna give me some duplicates. I'll get like 3 items all in one chest, and it'll be 3 things I already have. Like another Torag's hammer, and another Varric flail, and another Duroc leg. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Hope so, Sin4. I hope so. I'm trying to employ the bitch method, where you complain a whole lot about not getting items, and then you get an item. Something that me and my IRL friend group have made jokes about for a really long time, since the early days of Path of Exile, where we used, we'd all sit in a Discord call or whatever and chit chat while we ran through the game. And everybody would, every time you got something, a new league, like, oh, my first Chaos, oh, my first Exalt. And if anybody was ever running dry, they'd just start complaining. And literally within like 5 minutes, they would get some epic drop. So we've always made jokes about the complain method. It seems to fit very well into the cadence in which you get items in this game, because you almost always feel like you're running dry, just because drop chances are so low in this game, that even when you're within kill count, you go these long swaths of not getting items. And so, right about the time you start deciding you need to be complaining is right about the time you start hitting that kill count, and then you get your item. You're like 1,100 kills dry on a 1 in 256 drop. Wow. That fucking sucks. All I have to say, Stealth, is better you than me. Better you than me. Y'all go ahead and suck up all that bad luck and go dry really hard on lots of stuff, so that the game just keeps spooning me fucking pets and shit, so that I don't have to do any super long grinds. I would really appreciate that. Nope. Get back in there and kill Varric. He came out here thinking he could trick me, surprise me. Well, surprise, motherfucker. You dead. Sinfor, you failed me. You failed me with your prediction. Everything bad that happens is now your fault. It's too late, Sinfor. If you just say it's going to be this one on every single one, then inevitably you're right. You have to be right the first time. No do-overs. See, now since this is the first prediction Stealthy's made, then they get the credit. If it's right this time. I went from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA. It'll be right just to spite you. I mean, that's fine. As long as I get my item. If it's gonna do the spiteful thing for you, then, you know, just keep making predictions so that you can fail the first one, and then it'll spite you and give it to me on the next one. That's fine. If we've got to take multiple steps to work around the way the the luck works, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Tire Bite has achieved 110 crafting. Luck is fickle sometimes. Sometimes you can't just go straight at it. Sometimes you got to come at it sideways with a little bit of a roundabout. And that's okay. I don't understand why Torag wields two hammers, but then I get a two-handed hammer from him. That upsets me a pretty fair amount. I wish that he wielded a one-handed hammer so that I could use my defender with it. Oh, it is a pair of hammers when you put it on? That's still obnoxious, because I can't use my defender with it. Try adding more abilities. All of the other abilities that I can add are like AoEs. But I don't want AoE stuff. one day, when we get a good wand and we start using our reflector, then we'll be putting a bunch of defensive abilities in here. But we can't use our defender right now because A, we don't have level 60 magic yet. And B, we don't have a good main hand. But as soon as we get those things, we'll be going ham with the reflector. What you could do is lessen the revo bar and manually use those AoE ones. Get more adrenaline for wild magic and asphyxiation. Yeah. One of my big goals is to avoid using manual cast as much as possible. I think the revo bar is really cool. It's one of my favorite things about combat in this game. So I am doing as much as I can to mitigate my use of manual casts. It allows me to not focus nearly as much on the combat, so I can focus a little more on talking to you all and just randomly yapping. And it's super dope. I'm a big fan of like idle games and stuff, because I really like the management aspect of building characters and the deck building aspect of like building revo bars and stuff like that. I'm not nearly as interested in the moment-to-moment gameplay. Because a lot of that stuff just becomes really repetitive, just by its nature, right? You only have access to so many skills. Your skills typically need to be triggered in certain orders. So the only skills that I really want to cast manually are things that are reactive. So stuff like the dodge skills, resonance. If I come across a good opportunity to throw resonance on my manual bar, then I do that. Weapon swaps so that I can get into different types of weapons and running like my hybrid gear is a big fun for me. I really like that. But I'm more concerned with the building up of my character than I am necessarily with the playing. I was just saying because your cooldowns looks like adding dragon breath would help. Oh, absolutely. You're not wrong. I definitely have too few skills on my bar right now. You are not incorrect on that. I could add whatever the hell this is. Yeah, we'll do that. And then this doesn't really hit. So Chain hits a lot of people. Dragon Breath doesn't really hit a lot of people. I could probably get away with some Dragon Breath too. Oh, that's right. That's right. So that's why I didn't have Sonic Wave earlier. You are right about that. Okay, well, we'll take that off. We'll throw some Dragon Breath on there. Because this only hits in a cone. Yeah, we'll be fine with that. Chain is the one that really gets me. Yeah, that'll be fine. What is this metamorphosis? Ultimate ability transforms into an elemental based on your most recent cast spell. Magic attacks deal 1.6 times damage. Combat spells consume no runes. Ooh. On a 1-minute cooldown? Hey, that's going to be exciting to get. Actually, level 66 looks like it's going to be a big deal for me. Meta is really good. Oh, Metamorphosis? Yeah. Yeah, no, that looks like a killer skill. Level 66 is going to up my power on magic a lot. A lot, a lot. I mean, the thing that I like the most about this, honestly, is that it doesn't consume any runes. So that leaves some potential open. For some of these, right? So maybe throwing out some bigger, badder spells from my combat spells list that I don't even have to bring the runes for, right? Like I hit that ultimate, and I just blast the shit out of somebody. Seems like it'd be super fun. It's all going to be very interesting. I'm very excited about it. Got some good things coming up. We've been on the sort of cusp for a really long time of what I think is going to be some really interesting gameplay. We're sort of right on the cusp of that early game, mid game, and we've been there for a while. As far as at least our combat skills go. And so there's just a couple of things holding us back. It's mostly been this Barrows grind that's kind of holding us back from getting to a point where I feel like we're going to be able to really manipulate and play and maybe have like lots of different types of builds and stuff. And be able to do lots more content. But we're getting closer and closer every day. Some of what's holding me back is also like my unwillingness to use necromancy. And also kind of my unwillingness to use the necromancy shield. So we're kind of taking the long route. 175 quest points is a good place to be with 75 magic. Trials armor and weapon is hybrid. Nice. I'll probably be using... Whoops, wrong way. I have a full Tusca set. Which at 75 defense will allow me to use its sort of best version. So that extra 6% crit, because I want to be using a lot of like the defender type weapons, having that extra crit chance to go with that while I'm using my shield skills will help mitigate some of the damage loss, I think, while giving me some really good defenses. Toe rags, plate legs. I think that's new. I think I now have 3 toe rag pieces. So I agree with that generally, RS, but Necro really helps mitigate some of the difficulty of needing to like have multiple multiple good sets built up. Let's see, we got Durak. Oh no, we already have a Torag play legs. Damn it, that's not a new one. Fuck. Stupid Torag. But yeah, so like earlier, or even fighting uh, these Barrows bosses, right? I could be switching to Necro for the ranged and the magic boss, and not having to deal with the extra damage from the ranged boss specifically. Or when I was, so at the beginning of this stream, I was doing the fight pit or whatever, where you do the 60 waves, and I wasn't able to get through it because my best equipment and stuff right now is my melee. And so, you know, I got to the end and we got to those mages, and if I'd have had Necro, then I could have swapped into Necro and fought the mages that way instead of needing to have like a full magic ranged and melee set to go and do that. I'm pretty sure that if I had my Necro in level 70, I could probably just go fight it with Necro and win. So it mitigates a lot of the additional grind that's required to get good gear sets for everything, I think. I got crushed in there earlier. I don't even think I made it to wave 50. Made it to wave 40 something, I think. Constellation, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Is that you, RS? Okay. Crazy. Gives a different name here as what you have as your like chat name there. That's funny. That started happening more and more lately. Yeah, I'm really excited to get to defense level 75 and all of my attacks level 70 with all of my defenders and stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Come here, Torag. Almost feel bad for this dude because his name is so easy to make fun of. Almost feel bad for him. But not really, though. Because he gave me a stupid duplicate. And now I'm kind of angry with him. Alright. this. Whoa. That was close. Fucking Duroc. Stupid do extra damage when you're low on health. What an asshole. Hey, level 65. What's up? Ooh. Another amulet of the Forsaken. Too bad I'm an iron, or I'd go make 8,000 or 8 million gold right now. Oh, yeah, that was back-to-back Sin 4. That was back-to-back. I don't know what I'm going to do with 2 amulets of the Forsaken. Is there something I can do with this? Relic power. With arch you can? Oh, okay, cool. So it's not just something that I would be able to use, like to take apart for invention. I can use it for something else. That's nice. Ooh, third age robes. Might need to look into how I get those. Bake pie? Oh, I could just make pies? Nice. Lunar spell book, so I now have the ability. I got to get my fire making up, and I got to do the Frementic trials. And then I'll be able to do lunar diplomacy, which will be dope. Duroc's Memento, the Berserk Relic. Okay. I didn't mean to bring these sharks with me, but I guess I'm just gonna eat the sharks. That's another thing that I really need to start working on. My power is really underdeveloped right now because of my lack of archaeology. Because all I've got is this one life point bonus. And I could definitely have, more damage, more all kinds of stuff. So I definitely need to be working on that. God, there's so many things to work on. Yeah. Yeah, Constellation, I've been playing for 47 days. I started playing this game with this character 47 days ago. And I have never played it before now. And I already have 18 days of playtime. Because I'm a fucking degenerate. I pretty much haven't done anything but sleep and play this game since I started playing. How do you check your playtime? If you go to Lumbridge and talk to a guy who walks around the circle inside the castle, his name is Hans. And you talk to Hans and you ask him, have you been here longer than me? Actually, I'll just go show you right now. It's fun. Doesn't work in here. Yeah, so we go over to Lumbridge. Hans, Bubby, I can give them to you. Played from 2005 to like 2011 and played every day for the last 8 years. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's dedication. So yeah, inside this little Lumbridge castle, you'll see Hans is walking around. And you go talk to him. And he says, hello, what are you doing here? And you ask him, have you been here as long as me? He says, I've been patrolling this castle for years. I remember you. You've spent 18 days, 10 hours, and 12 minutes in this world since you arrived 47 days ago. So it's based on the character specifically. But yeah, I'll let you know. Ooh, Ascensions has achieved 110 runecrafting. And Ux Aix has achieved 99 dungeoneering. Wow. That's a feat right there. Let's see, what is 18 days and 10 hours? Break out my calculator here. 18 times 24. So 432 plus 10 hours. 442 hours in a month and a half. That's a little ridiculous. Should probably go outside. I'm not gonna, but I probably should. Oh, I already killed Guffin. My game is starting to freak out. Going in and out of these things all the time. Starts to make shit get crazy. There's a way to make home teleports faster with Viswax. Somebody used the term Viswax and sort of explained to me what it was. But then I forgot. I don't remember what Viswax is. I don't really mind the teleport times. They're not really all that long. So they don't really bother me all that much, but it's in the RC guild, needs 50 rune crafting. Okay, well I have 50 rune crafting. I need to get this. It's free to get, just requires runes. Okay. Is it like an item or something that I put on my person, or do I carry it in my inventory, or? Yeah, I have a Wicked Hood. Use it and leave it in bank. Okay. I mean, I don't mind necessarily like keeping something like that in my inventory. It doesn't really bother me. If it's gonna be super useful, just like all the time. It does, doesn't it? There's too many items to use to teleport places in this game, in my opinion. I wish there was a way to just gain access to those teleports instead of having to use the items for it. They're useful sometimes. You know, there are some places you can teleport to that are pretty out of the way. But a lot of times, it's kind of obnoxious. But there's definitely a skill in this game to learning like what the teleports are and where the teleports are and stuff like that and how to use them. Oh, there is, but I need invention? Okay. Well, shit, that right there is enough to make me want to just crank out everything I need for invention. If I'm being honest. I'm not a big fan of inventory management. I don't like taking stuff out, putting it back, taking stuff out, putting it back. Um, so if I can avoid it, I will. Even if it means I have to like run a little bit, I'll totally just run a little bit instead. Which is why I love this War's Retreat and the boss teleports. Oh my gosh, they're so good. I love them. But yeah, if I can get my teleports on some sort of invention thing, we're gonna do that for sure. Get the presets and stuff. You really only need the teleports for clues. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you do like daily, which I just don't do because I don't want to deal with that, the teleport stuff. There's stuff that you do every now and then, um, like being able to teleport out here and stuff is cool. So there's some teleports. What is it? You can go to the wilderness crater or something with the wilderness sword. Um, Even really simple stuff like, isn't there one that allows you to teleport straight into the artisan's workshop instead of going to the Falador TP and running down here? So like that's not a huge distance, but like a lot of these little ones where, you know, there's a building in a city or something that 90% of the time when you go to that city, uh, this is where you're going to probably be going. Or, you know, a teleport to the Grand Exchange instead of teleporting down here and running up there. You know, there's just lots of little things like that that, like, they're really useful to have those teleports, but they're not useful if you also have to go to your bank to get them out. I guess technically now that I have War's Retreat, that's not entirely true, because War's Retreat is a really easy way to get into those places or to get into my bank. So I guess I could just go to War's Retreat, go into my bank, get whichever item I need to teleport wherever, and then teleport wherever I'm going, and then go back to War's Retreat, because this is an infinite, right? I can always go here. So that's probably a good way to go about that. And will ultimately save me a little bit of time, maybe. But I don't know how significant that time savings will be. Like, I don't use my dash skills and stuff because I don't want to be clicking that many buttons to save such a small amount of time. So I don't really dash around like a lot of people do. So if it's not going to save me a significant amount of time, then doing it the complex way doesn't really appeal to me. It's like the home TP, it's not slow, but it adds up. Yeah. Yep. But that's fine. I mean, I haven't gotten to a point where I've played enough of this game that the teleporting around and the going places really bothers me. There's a lot of teleport points in this game. You're almost always just within a couple of seconds of wherever you're trying to get. So. Quick TP saves a little time. Getting Viswax gives you 10 per wax used. You get like 40 to 80 at a time. Maybe we'll go check that out. I mean, if I have enough. Well, I have enough room crafting for it, so I guess I might as well. We'll go check that out after we kill this boss. Go Merc Varric here real quick. Gotta go all the way around. If you're Iron Man, it's kind of the only daily you really should do. Don't have to, but it's sort of useful for extending daily challenges. Ending daily challenges? What do you mean? I also need to start doing my daily challenges, because I don't ever do those. Got it. Well, that's pretty nice. I like double XP. Ooh. I don't have the Jack of Trades aura, but... This motherfucker. Alright, put all these things. Take out that. Put 5 back. Get out the Wicked Hood. Teleport to the Rune Crafting Guild. Shop. Oh shit. What do I have? I have 1,000 points. To get Viswax, you gotta use the Runeberg machine inside the guild. Ooh, can I pickpocket with this dude? Nope. What in the hell is a Runeberg machine? Let's see if I have any rune essence in here. I might as well pick them up while I'm here. Take those. Middle portal upstairs where you were. Oh, okay. Rune 1 today is body? See, what now? Oh, this is the rune crafting guild. Okay. I have never been here. Oh my god, there's so many things. Rune Goldberg machine. Base rune cost 2,000 plus 0, total 2,000. So does that mean I gotta put 2,000 body runes in here? Do I have to put 3 in to change the face? Yeah, but I was looking for the best one because it said... Okay. Only shows after putting in 3. So, body... What am I getting right now? Right now I'm getting lots of mind and lots of chaos. So it looks like chaos is right. So it looks like just mind is not right. What about some blood action? No. Some death? No. Earth? No. Fire? Oh. 3 mediocres. Gives me 78 viz. The more tries, the less viz I get. I don't like putting most of my body runes in there. Oh no, the more runes it takes. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's fine. You activate the machine on full power, receives 74 Viswax. A loud hissing suggests you won't be able to use it again today. Reset or extend an order, reroll or extend a daily challenge, reset a harmony pillar, extend your divine location gatherer limit, add quick teleport charges to the lodestone network. Charge with all Viswax, 1 is worth 10 charges. That ought to last a while. Dope. Light podium. Ooh, granite gear. Nice. Oh, these are for... Right. Cool. Check quick TP in the lodestone map. Ooh, nice. Nice. Okay. So let's go do one just to see what happens. Go to Lumbridge. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Okay. We're happy. Dope. That was pretty cool. Thanks. It usually takes me about 3 or 4 people telling me something before I'm like, okay, let's just go do it, because obviously it's important. But now we're set. Feels real good. I appreciate that you all persist with stuff like that and get me to stop being stubborn and go do things. I generate a lot of friction when it comes to changing my activities. You know, if I'm in a groove and I'm doing something, then it usually takes a pretty big effort for me to stop doing that to do something else, because I don't want to lose my place. So I appreciate that when it's something that important, a little persistence goes a long way in making me go do those things. So I'm not like a lot of other people, Constellation. I am more than happy because I'm adult enough that I'll just do what I want. So as long as you're willing to accept the fact that I'm probably not going to follow every suggestion you give me, I'm happy to hear those suggestions.
Wyatt Harriet 123 says I want to be like all of the hermits because the hermits they seem to fit.
Thank you, Wyatt. Does that mean the hermits are the cool kids? You didn't need a lot of effort to stop getting 70 crafty. Fuck you, William. Fuck you. Mm-hmm. It's because I wish that I could be like the cool kids. But yeah, so I'll always accept any sort of advice or tips or anything. Constellation, I just don't. It doesn't bother me like I know it bothers a lot of other people. I think that comes from the fact that I used to play video games with my brothers. So when we were kids, we had, you know, like one console, one computer, stuff like that in the house, and we really liked RPG games. So we would play a lot of like Zelda, Super Mario RPG, stuff like that. And instead of everybody playing their own character, we would play one character all together. And we would take 45-minute turns. And so, you know, one person would get the controller for 45 minutes. They would decide, you know, sort of what activity we were going to be doing and stuff. And everybody would kind of just let them figure stuff out. But then if you noticed, you know, a secret crack in the wall or something, then you would point it out and try and help with puzzles and stuff like that. So I'm just really comfortable with having people spitting out tips or ideas and stuff like that, and then parsing that information and choosing, you know, what to do for myself. So that stuff just never really bothers me. Brothers and I did the same thing, but eventually we went with 3-hour turns. Oh. Gross. That's too long. That's too long. Good old gains of trading off the controller. Yeah, I mean, we do 30-minute turns. 30 minutes is a good turn time. But something that's long enough that you feel like you get to accomplish a lot. I think the reason we did 45-minute turns was usually if somebody like went into a dungeon or something like that. 45 minutes was about the amount of time it was going to take for them to get through the dungeon and, you know, like complete a whole task. But yeah, I mean, 30 minutes is a good amount of time. As long as you feel like you're getting to do stuff and the other person isn't feeling like they're just sitting there watching all day, then that's a good amount of time. And then you trade off, then, you know, you sit there, you drink Mountain Dews, you eat squeezy cheese and Ritz crackers. You talk shit. It's good times. It's real good times. I think it's a big part of why I enjoy streaming so much. Squeezy cheese. Yeah, the spray cheese out of the can. Yeah, we can take a look at the Barrows log real quick. I think we have 11 unique items. Yeah, 11 unique items. Got a lot of duplicates all of a sudden. Not really liking that. Cheese whiz, absolutely. Absolutely. I think basically everybody calls it cheese whiz. Specifically me and my brothers and our good friend from growing up that used to play video games and shit with us. Specifically the four of us call it squeezy cheese. But I don't think anybody else in the whole fucking world does. Pretty sure it's just us. Cheese in a can. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my mom calls it spray cheese. Me and my brothers call it squeezy cheese. Basically, everybody else I've ever spoken to calls it cheese whiz. But that's some good stuff right there. I could get through like a whole box of Ritz crackers in a day with a couple of cans of squeezy cheese. Well, that's probably why my mom calls it that. Because while she was more than happy to get it for us on, you know, holidays and stuff like that, when we were having friends over for like a special game night, she definitely thought it was the most disgusting fucking thing on earth, so. That's probably why she called it spray cheese. Man, it's been a minute since I had some squeezy cheese. All right, game. It is time to give me my bow. Taquitos and Rockstar was for me in RuneScape. Ooh. I could get behind some taquitos. I love some taquitos. I am of the mind, Constellation, that there is no food in this world that can be put on a sandwich that doesn't taste better on a corn tortilla. Fruits and chips, nice. So one of my favorite new things to do that I started doing a couple of years ago is to make peanut butter and jelly tacos. And let me tell you, you warm you up a couple of tortillas, put a little peanut butter and a little jelly inside of there, roll those bad boys up. Literally the best thing in the world. Or if you don't have jelly, a little peanut butter and honey. So good. Ooh, ham and cheese Hot Pockets. But again, imagine you take all your ham and cheese and you roll it up in a corn tortilla. Make a ham and cheese taco. You know, surprisingly, Pike, I am not a pothead. I don't actually really like marijuana very much. It slows down my brain. I don't like things to slow down my brain. Apples and bananas with caramel? Ooh, yeah. Caramel apples are great. I prefer peanut butter with my banana, but some apple and caramel is delicious. 100%. Man, I'm getting hungry. Normally I would have eaten lunch already, but I'm trying to not stop the stream partway. Because normally it takes me a couple of minutes to go get some food ready. And I've only been streaming for like 6 hours lately, which is kind of where I want to stick at. So I was trying to just roll through the whole 6 hours without stopping for food. But talking about food is making me hungry. Where are we at? We're at about 5 hours and 10 minutes. Okay. We'll make it. We'll make it just fine. I actually can't believe we've already been streaming for 5 hours. That's kind of crazy. We need how many more kills? 200? 6 more kills to get to 200? Let's see if we can crank those 6 kills out real quick. We'll go ahead and get to 200 before we quit today. Maybe we'll get another item. Maybe it'll be my crossbow. If I get my crossbow, tomorrow's going to be an exciting day. Because it'll mean that we can go farm up the Flesh Hatcher, the new boss, with the ranged build that I want to use. And we'll be able to maybe get to 75 defense. And if I can do that, then I can probably do the fight pit. And if we get ourselves to 70 magic, then we can definitely do the fight pit and the Dragonoth Kings, which I definitely want to do. So, yeah, I need to work on my defense. Set that up is just the only thing I'm getting XP for. And then go push that to 75. Somewhere, somehow. Maybe go kill a shitload of green dragons. And use the bones to get some prayer and stuff, because I need some more prayer anyway. That sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a good plan. Oops, I forgot to switch to fire runes. I've been forgetting to switch to the right runes a lot today. Because I'm an idiot. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. With that level to 65 there, we appear to be getting a slightly higher accuracy rating now too. Because when I use the special ability of this, it goes up to 81 instead of 80% for the accuracy, which is real nice. %1 extra damage never hurt nobody. It's funny that water damage is the type that does the best against toe rag. Because you would use water to clean your toes with your toe rag. That doesn't actually make very much sense and isn't actually all that funny at all. But that's what my brain made the association with just now when I thought of it. Was that because you would use water to clean your toes, the fact that water kills toe rag is funny. But there's not actually any sort of association there at all. It's my brain making crazy ass leaps. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Have a Snickers. Hey, Mecha Celebi. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. How you doing? How's your time in RuneScape treating you? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba-bow. You suck, Barrows Brothers. Give me all the items. I just want the items. I don't even care about the runes and stuff anymore. I have so many runes. I don't know what I need death runes for. But I have all the death runes and all the mind runes. I'll be casting these skills down here for days. What is it? This one? Yeah, confuse. I should just be confusing every enemy all the time. Yeah, actually, I guess that's a good point. I guess I can use those for Viswax in the future. That is a good point. I also have a lot of blood runes, which are going to be great when I start doing the ancient spells, right? I've been getting a lot of people coming in here asking why I'm doing the Barrows Brothers. A lot of people have said like this is dead content. But honestly, I feel like it is setting me up really well for a lot of stuff. So many runes, so much, so many of these bolts. All of these gears and stuff I think are really going to set me up well. I mean, I feel like it's been really positive for the account to be spending time on this. Oh yeah, no, I definitely want to get all the logs, for sure. But even beyond that, like, if all I was gonna do was just get the logs, then I would just come back when I was super strong. But I think that it's having a positive impact on my account to do it now instead of waiting until I was super strong and doing it later. Maybe those people play main and they don't play Iron Man. And I could definitely see a different like philosophy going on if you were playing main instead. But speedrunning Barrows is awful. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Well, and doing any content for such a long-term payoff is awful, right? One of the reasons that the logbooks are really cool is that you do them now when you can actually use the stuff that you get. And then later, after you've gone through the process of getting all of them done, then you also get this bonus Golden Reaper title. But if you come back when you're, all maxed out and do this log, then the only thing of value you're getting is that title. And so you're not getting those incremental hits of, ooh, that's nice. Ooh, I can use that. Ooh, that's nice. And so you're just going through and killing it over and over and over again for that one delayed gratification way down the line. And that would drive me fucking insane. I need my little hits of dopamine. I need to get an item and start to think like, oh, I wonder, could I use that? Probably people haven't played RuneScape. Haven't replayed RuneScape. I could definitely. I don't know that I would ever want to replay RuneScape. Maybe in the future I'll do some weird challenge type stuff. But I could definitely see where redoing some grinds would not be fun. Although there are also some really long-term like competitions that I think could be really fun for this. Like having a race to clear like the King Black Dragon log, and maybe do it like with a free-to-play account. And so, you have to measure going further and getting better gear against just starting to get the kills. And then maybe you luck out, and maybe you get, hey, somebody's got a fire cape. King Lord 28. Supreme Brawler Aura. Increase your melee accuracy by 10%. Does not work in PvP. Holy shit. Amulet of Souls. That's a good amulet. Oh my god, that's super cool. Yo, this person's got all kinds of dope ass shit. Look at how dope that person looks. Oh. Ah, that's fucking hilarious. Another Amulet of the Forsaken. Not even 200 kills in. 3 Forsaken Ammies. That's just fucking funny. Wow. So this is one of the more difficult to get items from these guys, I think, Wyatt, because the way the rolls work, you have to like fail a bunch of rolls to get the Amulet of the Forsaken, and it's one of the more valuable ones as far as just like base cost. So the fact that I've been hitting it over and over again today is sort of special. And when people say spoon, they mean spoon fed. Like I got it for free, basically. I have 3 now. I have the one I'm wearing plus 2 extras. But if you look, so I can examine this, and I can see in the Grand Exchange here, this would be worth 8.5 million coins. And then if I go look at some of the other gear that I've picked up, like my Toe Rags hammer is worth way less. My Varric Maul is worth way less. My Durox Legs worth way less. Like everything is just worth way less than that. So yeah, that's pretty nice. Fork? You mean this? Oh, no, you're saying fork instead of spoon. I get it. I get it. Took me a minute. So I actually want to look up RS3, Amulet of the Forsaken. I want to see the things that I can use this for. Products, Durox Memento. Block of Hair, Amulet of the Forsaken. Okay, so that really is the only thing I can use it for. And then let's see. Sources. I don't know if you know, but if you can do /wiki. Yeah, so if I open a browser on the computer that I'm playing and streaming off of, because I only have 8 gigs of RAM, it basically crashes my game. So I actually have another computer sitting right here next to me. That I have like my chat and stuff running on. And so I use a program called Mouse Without Borders that allows me to use my keyboard and mouse. You'll see, if I go to the edge, you'll see my cursor goes to the center of the screen there. And that's because I'm using my mouse on my network to control my other computer. So I just slide my mouse out the side of the screen, and now bam, I'm controlling my other computer. And that's where my chat is, and I can type things like, this is me typing. And then I can just come right back. Yeah, I probably will, Semish. Or maybe I'll hang on to it. At some point, I may convert this character to a main. I'm definitely going to be converting it to a group Iron Man. So at the very minimum, if I convert it to a group Iron Man and somebody else wants one of those Ammies, then that'll be fine. Because I do want to do the group Iron Man Challenge League thing still. That's still on the agenda. We're still working towards that. Actually, we've had a lot of really new people in the chat today, so maybe we should talk about that a little more. How fast can I type? Probably only like 50 or 60 words a minute. I don't type super duper fast. Even though I've been typing my whole life, I've never really tried to like get really, really good and fast at it. So if I was really cranking, maybe 50 or 60 words a minute. And even that would probably take a little practice just to get used to typing that fast. But yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the Group Iron Man Challenge League that I'm setting up. The Discord is in the YouTube description as well as linked to my Twitch channel. But what we're doing is we're setting up a place where Group Iron Man groups can challenge each other. They do need to be regular groups. They can't be contest groups or competitive groups. They would have to be regulars. And the reason they need to be regulars is you need to be able to leave your group and then go back and do trades and stuff. So the way it'll work is we'll have this Discord. We actually already have it set up. And we'll challenge each other and put out wagers. So like I might wager, say 500 cooked sharks. I don't know. I'd have to look. It's the auto mod, Wyatt. So if you wrote something that was like on the auto moderators bullshit. Yeah, but so we challenge each other to games like a boss relay or something like that. If you've ever seen Soup Skillinor games, think a bunch of little contests like that. And you do a wager, like 500 cooked sharks, and then either two groups go in a one-on-one, or maybe a bunch of groups all come together to do like a big one. So maybe there's like 5 groups involved or something. And then the losing team or teams would pay the wager to the winning team or teams by leaving their Iron Man groups, joining a neutral group, doing a trade, and then going back to their teams. So it's not a perfect system because you do lose access to the Group Iron Man chest if you leave your group and come back for 14 days, which is a little bit of a bummer. But it does mean, a little more social interaction and a fun competitive, like challenge league that you can be a part of, where maybe you can get some stuff that you wouldn't normally be able to get or that you'd have to grind for in a weird way through that challenge league. So it could be fun. But I'm building that up. So if you play in a regular group Iron Man, yeah, it would be unranked. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. So if you have a group iron that's like on the front page or something, then obviously this isn't really the thing you want to do. But if you're just a newbie like me, or maybe you have...
Wyatt Harriet 123 says the hermit walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to the man running the stand, have any hermits? The man sighed, no, we sell lemonade. Then he waddled away, waddle till the very next day. Yaya.
Yaya. Oh, that's goofy as shit. Yeah, but if you're new like me and you don't necessarily have like a high ranked group Iron Man, or if you have a new Iron Man group or something, and you're not really concerning yourself with the rankings, then it could be a lot of fun, I think. Or maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll blow up in my big dumb face. That might be what happens. But if it sounds at all interesting to you, the Discord is there, so you're more than welcome to come join. And if we get, 3 or 4 groups worth of people, then we'll start doing some challenges and see what's up. And we'll maybe put out some videos and stuff on it. And see if we can't get some more people. I mean, if we could have 20 or 30 group Iron Man groups all issuing open challenges and stuff, there would be a lot of content for people to participate in that way. And I think it'd be a heck of a good time. Did you post this on the Dis? Did I post what on the Dis? The RuneScape Discord? No. No, I have not. I tried to look for a place where I thought it would be appropriate to post on the RuneScape Discord. But I didn't really find a spot that I thought would be really good. I put out a little feeler on the Reddit page to see if anybody would be interested. I got a little bit of positive feedback, but not a lot of feedback at all. I think mostly because of the time of day when I posted it. So I'm mostly just kind of putting it out on stream and trying to grow it that way. It'll grow slower that way, but it will be less invasive into other places. I don't want to, I don't want to go to other communities and try and like inject my community stuff into other communities, because people have a pretty unpleasant reaction to that a lot of times. So yeah, I might try that out. I mean, I think the biggest way to probably get some people involved would be to do a challenge and record it and like actually put a video out kind of explaining exactly how it worked and going through the steps of what we did, to be able to make the trade happen and stuff like that. Because I think there's a lot of people who are going to not necessarily understand the ability to move around in the group Iron Man and the unrankeds. And so they're just naturally going to be like, oh, well, I would lose some sort of status, or, something bad would happen. So if I don't have like a visual aid for it, so. But it's okay. All the best things take time. I don't need to be able to just start doing it tomorrow. Even if it takes a couple of months, like that's totally acceptable. The channel's been growing really, really well playing RuneScape 3. We've started having considerably more consistent viewership. So if this idea for the group Iron Man grows sort of side by side with that, then it'll end up being really good. Streaming and community building are just kind of a long haul thing. Nothing ever really happens fast. Until you're already a massive streamer. And then you could totally get things set up in like a couple hours, but I'm not at that level yet. One of these days. Especially, I'm really looking forward to January 19th. January 19th is going to be a great day for me. You could swap anticipate for debilitate. Debilitate is better to reduce damage taken. Actually, I should have debilitate just in here with anticipate, if I'm being honest. I like them both. Oh yeah, because that's a basic. This is a threshold. Yeah, it definitely goes on the thresholds. I usually try to keep 4 threshold abilities on my bar. Because that's... I can still get to 100% adrenaline for my adrenaline skills if I have 4 threshold abilities. So I usually have 3 defensive thresholds and 1 attack threshold. Gonna be a good day. Hopefully more info on the new expansion. Yeah, somebody was saying just the other day that it looks like we might be getting a new area this coming year, which would be crazy cool. I really hope that I can get this account into a position where I can go and play that area when it first comes out. I'm really excited. Really excited to be able to just jump right into new content day one. That'll be super cool. Go do some new quests, go do a bunch of that stuff. Said it'll be beginner friendly. Oh, that's cool. River of Blood. River of Blood. Where? Oh, fuck me. How is this beginner friendly? What are you talking about? I don't think they know what they're talking about, dude. 80 herbivore. 80 constitution. 76 fire making, 75 fletching. Oh my god. Kill me now. Yeah, that's totally noob friendly. That's like 3 more months away from me at least. I give up. Like, the new area will be beginner friendly, but you will need that done to get access to the end game of it. Oh, okay, so you'll be able to, like, go there, but you won't necessarily be able to do all of the content. That'll be fine. Although I want to be able to do all the content, so... Hopefully they don't drop it for another 3 months, so I can hurry up and get my ass there. Might want to start doing Jack of Trades aura daily for herb or agility XP. Yeah, I don't even know what the Jack of Trades aura is. I certainly don't have it, so I probably need to get it. Loyalty points. Oh, okay, cool. Well, that'll be really good for content creators and stuff. Slow leaking it out so that they can jump on and do a little bit now, a little bit now, a little bit now. I like that. You can talk to Juan and Berthorpe to get the aura. Okay. But I need loyalty points to get it? Because I don't think I have enough loyalty points. Only have like 50 or something. And with a new skill in 2027. Oh, that'll be so exciting. Well, let me finish up this run, and then we'll go to Berthorpe and talk to Juan and see. Because, yeah, if I can get that and I can start working towards getting some skills up, that'd be great. That would be really, really great. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. 'Cause now I've got that song stuck in my head. It's all your fault, Wyatt. Little turd burglar. Don't laugh. That's not funny. You're a turd burglar. You burgle turds. Die, Torag. It's time to die. Die. Yeah, I'm fearless. You know I'm fearless. Oh my god.
Wyatt Harriet 123 says I wish I could be like the cool kid because the cool kids they seem to fit in. He sees them talking with a big smile, but they haven't got a clue. Yeah, they're living the good life, can't see what he is going through. They're driving fast cars, but they don't know where they're going in the fast lane, living life without knowing, and he says.
I'm gonna have to extend the per person cooldown on the TTS, and it's gonna be all Wyatt's fault. Oh, Jesus. Oh shit, he died so fast. Skeleton dropped like a sack of taters. Like a sack of taters. Alright, let's get a little more food out, because I'm only going to need a little more, because we got 2 more kills to get here. We're going to go to Berthorpe real quick and see about our aura. Oh no, we've only got 1 more kill to do. Okay, cool. Well, we'll go see about our aura in Berthorpe, and then we'll do our last kill. Maybe we'll get something, and then we'll call it a day for the stream today. Oh, man, thank God for the fast teleport. I didn't think I was actually going to give a shit about that. Super excited about it, if I'm being perfectly honest. Alright, so who is Juan? Directly east. Oh, he's that nerd. What's up, nerd? Oh my god, there's so many. Is it a tier 2 aura? Jack of Trades, there it is. Gain XP in 10 different skills within 3 hours to receive an XP reward. Duration 3 hours, recharge 24 hours. Visit Solomon's store to purchase. Okay. So I still need 10,000 more loyalty points. I could. Maybe. Look at some of these other. Are there any... Increase your chance of successfully trapping a creature by 3%. Increase your chance of chopping wood by 3%. Increase your chance of siphoning successfully within Runespan by 3%. I mean, some of these are pretty good. Duration 1 hour, recharge every 3 hours. If there's one for agility or divination, then that might be worth getting. Sure-footed is the agility one? Okay. Because let's face it, I don't really want to do this for more than 20 minutes every 2 hours anyway. Prevents you from failing obstacles if you are on an agility course. I mean, that's pretty huge. Because then I could do like the highest tier agility that I could. I feel like that might be worth. I don't know. What do y'all think? Some of y'all have much more experience this than I do. Green finger is probably the most useful. Okay. So how does this work? Is this when I plant the crops? Finish the lyrics? I don't know any more of the lyrics. Barefooted or green finger. Okay. So is this just when I plant the crops, they can't be diseased? So like as long as I have the aura active when I do the planting or when I harvest? Although honestly, yeah, I don't really like I'm fine with doing farming on my own, I think. Turn it on when I harvest it, okay. Yeah, I think I'd rather do sure-footed. Because this is one, like I can take um I could stop doing what I'm doing every 2 hours to go do some agility. And I think agility is just one of those ones that's going to upset me. So probably this is better. Oh, it's going to take me to a web browser. Oh, fuck. Well, if I crash, I'm sorry. It might happen. You never know. But let's go get our last. I don't think it's going to log me out. Here we go. We'll just close that real quick. There we go. Yeah, I'll get that after stream is over. And then we'll start doing it. We'll try and break it down every 2 hours. Yeah, we're good. I just went ahead and closed the window that it tried to open. But we'll go ahead and finish up this last run here, and then we'll call it quits. So I'll start the outro now. I just want to thank you all. Constellation, thank you so much for and still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Anyway, yeah. Constellation, thank you so much for all of your tips and stuff today. I really appreciate that. And thank you everybody who came, all of you who have been here for a while. I appreciate the continued viewership. All of you who are new today, I really love, having the new faces in chat, having new people to talk to. It just keeps everything so interesting and helps get us moving in a lot of different directions, which keeps the stream and stuff a lot more interesting. Because everybody's got their own little take on what's the most important thing to do and stuff like that. So it's nice to have lots of voices in the chat. But yeah, I thought that outro was going to take a lot longer. So now we've done our outro. We still have 4 of these people to kill. Whoopsie. Hopefully, on our 200th kill here, we get the item You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Bye, 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 bye. I don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in this game for two. Bye, bye. You know, I actually don't know that song, Wyatt. Don't know that song. It sounds like a Western or like a country song, just based on the words, which is probably why I don't know it, because I don't really listen to a lot of country music. But yeah, I don't know that one either. Sorry, dude. There's a lot of music out there. I can only listen to so many songs. And I mostly listen to show tunes. So yeah, I mean, I figured when the last line of that first bit was Stairway to Heaven, or the last line of that second bit was Stairway to Heaven, that it was probably Stairway to Heaven. But I don't know that I've ever listened to that song. I've never really listened to Led Zeppelin. I was born a little after the Led Zeppelin thing. And so it just never was part of the music that I listened to growing up. My parents weren't really Zeppelin fans. My dad listened to stuff like the Eagles, the Black Crowes, stuff like that. So yeah, Zeppelin just wasn't really a thing that was around in my house. So I never learned it. Nope, no item on number 200. What a bummer. I saw combat level 150, and I thought that was my kill count for a second. I was like, what happened to my other 50 kill count? What's going on? But I've killed the Barrows brothers 200 times. That's exciting. She never mentions the word addiction in certain company. She'll tell you she's an orphan after you meet her family. She says she talks to angels. They call her out by her name. Yeah, I actually really like that song. Yeah, but that's going to be the end of the stream today. So thank you all for coming out and hanging out and giving tips and chit-chatting and testing my musical knowledge. Always super fun to get a chance to talk to everybody and play a little bit of video games. We'll be back again tomorrow at the regular time, which is like 5 p.m. Eastern is when I've been getting on lately. So yeah, I hope to see you all again, and I will see you all on the next one.